Honourable members, there's no quorum. I suspend Parliament until further ringing of the bell.
members, we have quorum. The Minister for Community Development will lead us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, this morning we come before your throne of grace. Lord, as you look upon all of us, we are not worthy to be here, but we're so thankful for the love that you have, that we still live and see another day. As we gather here in this great house of this country, Lord, you look deep in our hearts, our thoughts, the ways that we have come, we ask for your forgiveness. Lord, as we proceed through this sitting, as you have always been with us and guide us and lead us, today we ask you for another day to be with us. As you give us the wisdom, as you go through, we ask you to help us, all of us, especially our Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Opposition Leader, and the Deputy Opposition Leader, and all of us, the members of the Parliament, as we continue to contribute to this great nation. May you guide us and lead us and be with us today in our discussion, in this sitting. I ask this prayer in Jesus' wonderful name. As we gather together to say the Lord's Prayer, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us trespasses, who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honorable members of Parliament, I would like to inform you all that the Speaker of National Parliament, Honorable Joe Pomat, will be the Acting Governor General of Papua New Guinea as of today, whilst the Vice Legal is away on duty travel overseas. During the period, I will be taking the chair as an acting Speaker until the Vice Regal returns from the duty travel. Thank you. Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the public gallery, Group 2 students and their teachers from the Marianville Secondary School in Mosby Northeast Electorate, National Capital District, Honorable Morope Piara and District Development Authority team from Lagaya District in the Enga Province, and the students and staff from Papua New Guinea Education Institute in the National Capital. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend my visitors a warm welcome. Clerk, any petitions? Notices? Honorable members, question time. The Honorable Governor for Western Province.
Thank you, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Lo makim me lo ask a question to me. Before me ask a question, me like give him little background lo question to me. Also lo July 2026, court been ordering me lo straight mamla heavy lo place to me where only talk of courthouse lo Kimga and Bagarap na minute lo straight CIS lo Ningro. This la question, this la court I'm asking lo straight na me go appeal lo court na court every 24th of every month. Me na member of the North Place agona appeal lo court lo talk sawe lo court as me bla lo walking samla walk lo straight is la heavy look sawe them. Just to give the context of my question. But the question I mean like directing to Prime Minister you me. This la walk lo straight him or courthouse around the country na work lo straight mo la CS lo country mina tina mina work lo provincial government. National function. Tas all is heavy, still a place lo or provinces. Middle governor, just have some front line or straight heavy lo place. So me like ask is la question and work lo side lo straight mo heavy lo all provinces. Because lo province mila look at in a staff time national government working budget and was like giving money lo work is la work lo provinces. Time national government give him la money na talk. Give la look at this la place. This la work lo place and middle of all is la money na work is la work lo our provinces. And because of that reason, middle governors been asking lo national government or give him la block grants. Now national government no gives la block grants yet. Even up till now. Now two Mika tol heavy lo police lo Kiunga Daru na Okata lo Western Province. Oli no got house, all no got car. Na heavy all put andala me too na all members lo me too lo place. It's a big la money we only budget him lo national government lo give him the policy and say money go away. So me like ask him national government. This la work lo look at him heavy lo place lo side lo police. CIS na court and work law. Milol governor so and work law side. Sawa sem work law mi bla. Okay, you talk sawa. Sawa sem na work law mi bla and you talk sawa na. Sawa sem you like mi bla helping mi bla you like milol governors la work is la work law plus. You talk sawa mi bla sawa. Bible gives la block grant so that mi bla can knowledge la money na. Concentrate work law. Police, CIS, courthouse na army law plus law. All this stuff one time middle of place, the Western Province or one of the country. One time this time me asking the question, call the Prime Minister of Beckham. Thank you, through.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Pastor Through, we'd like wish him, our Governor General, travel blocking. He run good, never come back long place. Looks how long all sumatim blimi stop, I think. Tupla school is top layer, one blood lohan suit, and not lohan kais. We also look how long all not all guest plimi come inside long public gallery lo house long all yet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker, question long Governor long Western Province. He raised an important question. Correctional service institution or courthouse or police national government function by constitutional requirements. Function belong all provincial governments. However, because provincial government, you also face na level block government along all people where province boundary is stop. Some time national government, national functions is stop long way. Whether it's court or people, they do ask the provincial leaderships to make an appropriate response or address those issues that may be happening in those areas concerned. I want to give a response by saying, even if we give you look at like police, you may allocate him now 200 million kina each as special support in budget. If you break the 200 million down by our 21 province and Bougainville, you would see it will amount to around 9 million kina each per province for police functions. Likewise, CIS, we're putting some funds in CIS, not as high as that, but about 20 or 30 million kina every year in budget to go through, 30 million kina in budget to go through what needs to be done. If you break that 30 million kina down, it'll amount to almost 1.5 million kina each per province if there's a CIS functions there. And so the actual quantum of money is small in the context of the budget that we have every year going as it was in the past. The conversation on the decentralized functions is emerging. Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government under the Honorable Soroi Oe has been one of the strongest advocates for decentralized functions and using Governor Southern Highlands, the Honorable Powys' word, funding that must follow the functions that are being transferred to the provinces. That is no problem. We can look into this, and whether it's a block grant or funding that follows the functions that is transferred to the province. But something that really stares at me at the same time, I could deploy this. As a government, we could take this path, giving you funding on functions that you are taking at the moment. But you must give back something to me or to the national government. And something is accountability. Something is accountability. Statistics at the moment, for instance, 2025, of the 21 provinces, not to include Bougainville because we have an autonomous government relationship, but of the 21 provinces, only 3 had submitted reports of funds used last year. So for governors who stand on good governance and advocacy on reporting, I compel you to look back at yourself. Are you, under your words, your administrator, reporting on whatever fund you received? It may be 1 million, it may be 10 million. Doesn't matter. The principle of reporting is not really held. And not just the governor, by next Monday, Cabinet will approve a quantum removal of all public servants who have not reported, or Section 32 officers who have not reported on administration fund. So I don't mind transferring functions to you, but it is incumbent on you likewise to report back on funds that the national government transfers to the sub-national government. So that concept on decentralization is studied and being progressed through the Ministry of Provincial and Local Level Government. The conversation on funds or funding following functions are being relooked at. We just very careful on constitutional requirements, where constitutional functions like police, CIS, and court are matters of national government to attend to. And I want to advise the country, if a CIS is in your province is facing stress or issue, if police or court, and certain of these functions that are constitutionally defined as national government function, don't blame your governors, don't blame your local leaders. The governors and local leaders will pick up those issues and advise to us at the national government level, and appropriate ministry, appropriate section heads should be attending to these at the earliest. But in summary, we, as this government, looking at empowering provinces to have a handle on those functions in your areas. However, I ask at the same time, you have to give me back something, give the national government something, and that something is reporting on funds and functions that are out there. Thank you.
Paul, Governor for Southern Highlands.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My series of questions without notice is directed to the Minister responsible for Electoral Commission. Maybe in this case, maybe I'll direct the question to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Administrative Services and Minister for Provincial Affairs can take note. Mr. Acting Speaker, Kagorave electorate in Southern Highlands exists by September 2026, since the member was ousted in an electoral petition case. By September this year would be 1 year where the electorate misses leadership on the ground. Workflow set long conducting this by-election. Now, me like him, Prime Minister and government talk several people long Kagwerave. Why no got leadership? Did he function long electorate?
Honorable Governor, we have a point of order from the Minister. Minister, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Point of order, Blomi, just to bring some clarification that the matter is before the Supreme Court. The member former member has appealed. So because it's before the courts that Parliament not entertain that question until such time the court makes a ruling. Thank you.
Clerk. I'll get an advice on that and come back to you. Honorable Governor for Southern Islands, the advice I took from here is we'll let you reserve your question. We'll seek further notice on that because we haven't get any information on court's hearing. So as soon as we check on that, we'll advise you to ask your question. So we'll ask you to reserve your question another day of Parliament sitting. Honorable members, I think yesterday a member for Aitapelumi have received his question for the Minister for Public Admin Service to ask, and he's now on the floor, so I'll ask him to ask his question. Member for Aitapelumi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My simple question to the Minister for Public Administrative Services, is to do with NID. In recent times, I think 2 weeks ago, I was at home, legally placed station Lumi, and police were there doing recruitment. Unfortunately, Bush Place, they were disqualified because all not got NID. Even me as a member responsible, me try if I can give a guarantee or Samuel or Elbimol, but still not got. At the same time, Mipla like working Mila ILC registration law, hydro project blomi, also all require NID. So question blomi Muslim. Government got some kind of funding available or one district or province or because so many years me plan the funds has been allocated. But still this law money no reachable level where me plus problem very, very remotest district, no place lo this la country. So Mila ask him, even lo district, some law will go back, ask him, law, security office, buy more laptop, buy more stationery, so me confused, I'm responsibility, blah, open members, or national government, or so me like ask him, minister responsible. Is there any funds allocated this year? Suppose he got, me now lose la flow, like me like making funds available, me as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Admin Service.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and I thank the good member from Aitapelumi for his important questions. I don't have an answer in relation to the operational work in Aitape at the moment, so if I could speak to the head of the agency, and if time permits tomorrow, then I can be able to respond to his questions in relation to that. In terms of the funding allocation, generally the government makes funding available. I will also provide a brief report on that when I respond to his question tomorrow. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
We have a supplementary. Member for North Fly, what's your supplementary question?
When it comes to NID, it's very crucial for every one of us and across Papua New Guinea. So I have a similar case with the NID issue. And I think I've raised it a couple of times, many times on this house. With the recruitment thing, it's also happening across in Western, and we're facing the same situation. My supplementary is very straightforward. Is the NID office fully functioning or not? Question number one. Number two, we are every day receiving reports and information that the NID office is malfunctioning. Can the minister confirm or deny, is the NID office actually working? And are the consumables ready? Or is it being working? Because NID, people apply nothing. There's no issuance of NID across. So what's the issue? Can the minister inform the House of the department or the contract of the NID thing? Please. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, I think you have responded on that question, but since it's a supplementary, may you I'll give you time to confirm your response to him. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. His earlier questions that he had asked previously, I did respond to him, sending him messages into the fact of what we've already done in not fly. But particularly to the question, just recently we've changed the Acting Registrar General because due to the fact that there have been so much complaints and the fact that NID are not functioning very, very well operationally. So since we've replaced the previous Acting Registrar General, within 100 days of the new Acting Registrar General, they've issued well over in excess of 200,000 birth certificates and NID cards. But in relation to not fly, I can provide a detailed report as to what the plan is and what we will do over the next few months to ensure that we try to canvass the entire country. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Governor for ECPIC.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. And this question without notice is directed to the Prime Minister. It's in relation to our national security. And I did ask a series of questions on this matter earlier. And this is in relation to the status of the inquiry report by the special appointment into the recruitment processes of the PNG-DF, Mr. Acting Speaker. It is my understanding that the report is complete and it is either with the Prime Minister or before Cabinet. And I'd like to ask a series of questions in relation to that. Number one, when will the Parliament be expecting to receive that report so that members may peruse it and discuss the details within that? It is in relation to that same question. It is my understanding that the previous minister may be implicated in that report, and I'd like to ask the Prime Minister to explain the rationale behind appointing that same minister to a new ministry so that all of us may understand why that was done rather than leaving the minister aside until all questions are answered in that particular report that still needs to be tabled in Parliament. And the other question in relation to that is, my understanding is that there were a lot of very suitable candidates, young Papua New Guineans who had applied, and they are still waiting. And any future recruitments, particularly with these genuine applicants, may be dependent on the presentation of that report. So whatever the delays are, could I ask the Prime Minister to give an undertaking to expeditiously provide that report to the Parliament so that we may proceed with the recruitment of some of these fine young Papua New Guineans in the security of our country. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Me ask Dr. Thank you, Governor Blong. ECPIC, ask him this question. Pass him through report long this Mari Barracks recruitment issue, come yet long office lomi. But 2 weeks ago, I did direct the Chief Secretary to be in haste with this report. So he advised me they're finalizing the report as I speak. And at my level, I am not privy to the details of this investigation. It is not my business also to ask. I may be sabotaging the independence of the investigation that is running. So giving them full respect to be independent and to assess in totality what happened at Mari Barracks. Now, it surprises me to hear that the leader asking the question, Governor of ECPIC, said maybe the former defense minister is implicated. I don't know what manner of information he has to make this sort of assessment and assumption. Until the report is complete, and if I, as the chair of NEC and in the wisdom of NEC who have directed for the investigation, are not privy to such detail of the report, then it just shows a level of political interest in this that is taking place. I asked the leader asking the question, how did he know that the former minister had some interest in this or was part of this. These sort of references, inferences, innuendos, and trial by media and trial by politicians. It's okay to raise national concern, but allow the process to be complete. And then once we have the full report on table, then you could be then debating on this matter. So I could be then in the position to see whether a minister concerned has infringed and whether he has right to be in cabinet or not to be in cabinet. When a process is run, I counsel all leaders. Let's respect the country and the processes of the country. Allow the process to be completed.
We have a point of order. Governor Isibik.
Mr. Acting Speaker, my question, and I believe my understanding of the English language is that if I use the word may, that does not impute guilt or otherwise. And therefore, my question simply put to the Prime Minister is that if the report is tabled, it will determine whether or not the minister was implicated. That was my question. And he was the minister responsible at all material times, Mr. Acting Speaker.
And I'll allow the Prime Minister to continue on with the response.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, most of us claim to be educated in this House. The basic etiquette of this Parliament, especially when standing order makes it explicit that there must not be innuendos, inferences, or assumptions. So the use of maybe is expressly an innuendo or assumption or inference. Simple English. I'm not a born English speaker like some of you, but I know English also. So let's have some respect and decorum. The investigation is running as compelled by the country, and it's a right investigation. We're not too far from this report being sent to Cabinet. Let's have some decorum as national leaders in our conduct. You gain respect. You gain respect from right around when you show respect to other leaders.
Acting Speaker.
We have a point of order. Opposition Leader, your point of order.
Point of order. The opposition, Acting Speaker, respect the Constitution, respect the Honourable House, and respect timekeeping. This was done 2 months ago, Deputy Speaker, and we're still waiting for this investigation report 2 months ago. We've been waiting for the FBO for 6 months, and now we're waiting 2 months for this report.
Honourable Opposition Leader, I can't allow you to debate the question that has been asked. I think the Prime Minister is in the process of answering the question, so I'll allow Prime Minister to sum up your reply to the question. Prime Minister.
All right, I just want to, and I appreciate the opposition leader's quest for expediency. I am equally frustrated as he is, and that's why I said in my reply earlier, 2 weeks ago, I asked the Chief Secretary of our country, where is this report? And that is me doing my job. I don't go and run the work that is run by those who are supposed to be doing the job. And once this report is complete, the country will have the benefit of reading this report. Defense force of our country is bigger than James Marabe or the Honorable former Minister of Defense and now Minister for Health. If there is a reference to misconduct or influence, then at that point in time when the report is made available, then appropriate actions will take place. Defense is too important. This government have now synergized. We've given opportunity for over 10,000 young Papua New Guinean women and men to be employed into the Australian Defence Force. We also have made it absolute clarity. We want to raise our Defence Force, this government by policy. We want to have 5 battalions and a 7,000 strong, able Papua New Guineans in PNG Defence Force with similar work conditions paired with Australian Defence Force. Defence Force is in defence of our national sovereignty. We have over 800 kilometers of land border, over 30 kilometers of river border, and to protect 5,000 kilometers square of EEZ in our country, the biggest or amongst the biggest in the Pacific. It's in our interest. So one small mistake or one small misdemeanor or a serious offense at Mari Barracks we're leaving no stones unturned. This is not the first time ever Mari Barracks has had this sort of incidents. And I appreciate the concern raised by opposition. They're there to do this sort of job and ask important questions. Mari barracks have had continuous flaws in the recruitment process. If only Mari barracks looks across to Konedobu, the Royal PNG Constabulary, the sister security force agency, now at 2026 has successfully recruited over 1,000 Papua New Guineans into the police force.
We have another point of order, Prime Minister. Member for Abao.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Sorry, Prime Minister. There's no time left for other questions, so rather than dragging it on, I just want to highlight, the principle of the East Civic Governance question.
Honorable...
Investigation is stopped. Why do you appoint a minister? Investigation is stopped. What happens if he's implicated in this report coming? Then by Rausimem Kenya, that's the principle. Why didn't you wait?
Honorable Member for Abao, I think the Prime Minister have made that answer clear already. And Prime Minister, like the member of Abao have stressed on the time, I would like you to sum up your question, reply, and we move on to the question time. Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker, with greatest respect, it's the principal questionnaire asked and qualified his statement by saying it's a matter of national importance. So in matters of national importance, I thought I'd take time to reply well. And the point of order made by Member for Abao is maybe correct, but if we look over, in the leader sitting next to him is a learned lawyer, he will tell you the principle of innocence until proven guilty or made guilty on both sides. So on both sides. Both sides. So we have, and it's a principle that is consistently embedded. So everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and that process, that leader concerned has to have that benefit. Until such report is complete, we are not here to hide anyone. The report is complete, that warrants removed from cabinet. The same hand that appoints is the same hand available to decommission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'd like to recognize Member for Abao. He's been standing many times and he seems to be angry with me, so I'll allow him to ask his question. Member for Abao.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. I seek to defer to your opinion about my not standing up after twice standing up. But thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. It was just a simple question that I intended to ask the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and maybe the Minister for Justice to take note. There is a law that was passed by Parliament in 1975, and all of us are aware of it, and it's called the Land Dispute Settlement Act. Now, a part of that law provides for mediators, land dispute mediators. Now, I rise to raise a question on their behalf. Why have some of them...
Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Minister for Lands.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Why is it that so many of these land mediators have not been paid since they were gazetted some years ago? Our Prime Minister just mentioned the 3 Fs. Funding follows function. The Land Dispute Settlement Act provides a function for these land mediators. And why is it, this is a simple question, why is it that many of them, land mediators, throughout the country have not been paid since, for many years now? Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I'd like to say thank you to the good member for Abao for his pertinent question. And the Land Dispute Settlement Act and the land mediators actually come under the Attorney General's office, but I'll respond to that. The what he has provided at the mediators hasn't been paid is true. They do a lot of hard work. In my time as a KIAP a long time ago, I depended a lot on these land mediators to do a lot of land settlement disputes, and they hold a lot of history behind them. So I will raise this issue that you have brought up. We, as government, are paying councillors now. As government, we are paying our law and justice sector people now, and also I believe that we should be able to also pay these land mediators, many of them who are doing a great job in a community. So I will look into this and advise the good member in a further time. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor for West New Britain.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you. Question Blumi, Inogatlo notice paper, Igolo Forest Minister. Mr. Acting Speaker, this is related to the famous LEDL funds, Log Export Development Levy. Mr. Acting Speaker, this is mainly established to support, the socio-economic development project and services in the affected areas. Can the Honourable Minister to inform this House what is the total amount of LEDL funds currently owed by the national government to all eligible provinces and districts, and specifically, how much is owed to West New Britain province for all our 3 districts and province? Why have significant LEDL funds remained unpaid over the years, despite the levy being collected for the benefit of the affected communities? Mr. Acting Speaker, what criteria or formula does the government use? Me too foul. Some time also was selling 1 million come 3 years ago. Some time district is 5 million, 10 million. Me no clear lo 1M criteria. So 1M criteria formula does the government use to determine allocation of LEDL funds among provinces and districts? And will the minister table a detailed breakdown of allocations made over the last 5 years or even 10 years? Can the minister confirm whether all the recipients of these substantial LEDL funds have submitted the required acutals and project reports, and where exactly it was spent? Mr. Acting Speaker, it has been widely understood that some of these LEDL funds, I remember clearly during South Pacific Games, it was redirected to assist with infrastructure for South Pacific Games. Can the minister confirm whether this occurred and how much was utilized for that purpose, and whether those funds have since been reimbursed to the LEDL accounts? Finally, Mr. Acting Speaker, will the minister commit to publishing a transparent statement showing the total LEDL revenue collected, the outstanding liabilities owed to each province and districts, and a clear timetable for the release of these funds? Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Minister for Forest.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, long. Governor of Law, Western Province, Governor of Law, West New Britain, my apology. Good luck question, Governor of Law, West New Britain, in relation now, law interest long, or people of Papua New Guinea, now people long, place or place where or logging activities have been come up prior independence, now coming up now. Meeting and planting questions, where I mean up put him good law writing. Now give him come me so we can respond to this all question one by one. Now you can for the interest long me members of Parliament and by good plan more me respond them one can report me bring him come to Parliament na table him Parliament. So and by address him just thinking LEDL na all ask him where me put him in his stop law paper and I me read him me ask him good Governor to you Acting Speaker, let me give me this law the questions where me read him I come so that me can respond accordingly law good pla harim long or people blow this country. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. My question, without notice, goes to the Minister for International Trade and Investment, who's also the Minister for PNG Power in the recent cabinet. reshuffle. Acting Speaker, my question is for the good minister to clearly outline in a cogent manner what his plans are to ensure that Papua New Guinea no longer is labelled the richest blackout country in the Pacific and on planet Earth. If he can just clearly outline and give confidence to the honourable members of the House and the people of Papua New Guinea. And secondly, which is also a concern to the opposition, is to confirm to this honourable House and the people of Papua New Guinea who own PNG Power that there will be no capital restructure, Acting Speaker, where PNG Power debtors will be given equity stake in PNG Power to have ownership in PNG Power. If he can give that undertaking that it'll be business as usual, and his focus will be on the performance of PNG Power. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the opposition leader for his a series of questions. My official handover will happen next Monday, and I will answer those after I officially take over PNG Power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week.
The Honourable Member for Raikos.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to ask a very fundamental question to the Minister for Mining. This is in regard to the CDA review of Ramu Nickel project, as well as the current negotiations that is going for the expansion. By way of background, in April, our mining minister opened the CDA review. That was from 2013. So it's been over a decade the CDA review hasn't happened. So this time come up na mipla sit down lo jai saben na mipla go through lo sampla all key something. So point mila ask him question emo sema imi tok lo tok pisin so all people can hear him. Okay, and in it lo this la SML8 now CDA review stop current Ramu Nickel. Plenty or big plus something, almost 90% of what's stated in this agreement is unfulfilled. Now, me plagat narapla business proposal can lo expansion lo SML14. SML14 by expansion go lo Basamok, lo Raikos, mosem by come up one pla strategic minerals processing hub. Me talk strategic mineral processing hub because cobalt na nickel today lo world one pla very needed minerals lo plenty all new pla innovative something all make some electric vehicles or some defense systems, mobile phones, energy systems. So price belong big pla more. So time only like make him this like expensive na review come up. Me pla bin talk lo jasaben or sem. These two must be treated as very distinct processes. It's commercially and legally justified because SML8 review should narapla na negotiation lo SML14 by narapla because this like downstream processing of metals. It's a different business. It's not the same as the conventional mine refinery business law, previous one. So after MIPLA been making this lapinis na MIPLA, while we are in this process of CDA review na negotiation, online yigopinis lo Raikos na, online lo lens, all like, all talking MIPLA, all people lo move out na, only back the ground lo MIPLA. So now I'm causing big pla bell pen, bell swallow people because state no fulfilling agreement belong or commitment belong in 22 years, not just 10 and 1 years, in 22 years. So question below me on behalf of my people, go lo mining minister emosem. This la by got new pla framework agreement the SML14 for the expansion or by you put him on top lo all pla. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Me also look several good question where
Honorable Member Blo, Raikosti ask him, me also take him this time law. Good blo work where make him awesome Minister Blo Labor. Me looks aven, me talk thank you. Question where ask him them, yes, me been go open him discussion law, CDA law, Medeng law, April, and law display time leaders supposed to be been stopped. Now all people only present, la governor me present, and me been talking clear or some issues blow CDA blow SML 8. You must clear him. Now repetition blow when something come up blow SML 8 no can come up blow new play SML 14. So I'm display talk and me been put him plus killer law madang timey you go open him CDA discussion lab. In regards to the CDA, all parties, one time state team, all work law, talk law, display ting law, negotiation and we work law come up. Time final conclusion, both parties, all parties agree now by CDA where me plus sign him. In regards to SML 14, new application where NEC Makim SNT team finish law negotiate SNT team and Makim state, and then provincial government and me provincial administrator blow Medang province and me step inside. MRA and Kumul Minerals, as well as #1 lawyer blow country blow me play state all team all step inside law display, and also team law SEZ team 2 and all step inside law display. So law negotiation and SNT and by negotiate and by discuss law display. So by mina preempt team na talk out law display. So NEC appoint him SNT finish and work law SNT law discuss law display and all by give him think na time him go law cabinet law when him discussion or when him negotiation all make him once cabinet clear him me black and talks away. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Supplementary. We have supplementary from the Governor for Oro.
Acting Speaker, my supplementary is very brief, just to the Mining Minister. Can the Mining Minister explain if the provincial governments are represented by the SNT, and who represents the landowners in these discussions or these negotiations? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Law. Good supplementary question where Governor asked him, Law display by me, sim ting blow. Department by me talks about by me respond law question blow Governor asked him. Thank you.
Deputy Opposition Leader.
Acting Speaker, can I seek leave of the House to extend question time for another 20 minutes?
Yes. Honourable members, the question is that the question time be extended for 20 minutes. Those in favour, stand.
Come on, we left early yesterday. Come on. Come on, son of a. Son of a.
Honourable members, we do not have enough support, majority support on this, so Honourable Member, Deputy Opposition Leader, you already given time for questions, so
question without notice is to the, thank you, Acting Speaker. My question without notice is to the good Minister for Justice and Attorney General. Mr. Acting Speaker, on the 2nd of May 2029, on G392, the appointment of the Chief Magistrate was gazetted, and that gazettal expressly states, if you will permit me to read, amongst other things, the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, by virtue of the powers conferred by Section 1752 of the Constitution of Papua New Guinea and Section 17.1 of the Organic Law on certain constitutional office holders, and all powers it enabling me hereby appoint, name expressed, to be the Chief Magistrate of Papua New Guinea until he reaches the age of 55, and commencing on the date, he makes a declaration of office which shall take place forthwith. That period was for up to 6 years, or when the concerned person turns 55, whichever occurs first. It is now 7 years since that particular gazettal and appointment. Could the good Minister for Justice and Attorney General confirm as to the status of the appointment or of the Chief Magistrate office? And when will that appointment occur? Or has it occurred already? Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you for Honourable Member to raise an important question. I will answer it when his term expires. I know it will expire shortly.
The appointment is expired by 1 year already. 2nd of May 2025 was when the appointment expired. This is now 2026. Election by tomorrow.
Honourable Minister, you resume your seat. And the Deputy Opposition Leader, when you call for a point of order, you ask for the wait for the Speaker to allow you to. So now you can now raise your point of order.
So my point of order is such that the appointment, the good minister suggests that he will find out if and when the appointment expired. Can I just bring him to his attention that the appointment actually expired on the 3rd of May 2025. That 6-year period lapsed last year by 15 months.
My goodness, 15 months.
Could be more, but 15 months.
Deputy Opposition Leader, your point of order is in order, and I understand that the Minister is just starting to respond to your question, so allow him to respond to your question. Minister.
Thank you. I will answer your question when I see it. I don't carry the appointment date, so when will they expire? So, you know, it's proper to give you that. I know the Chief Magistrate is acting on that job. Currently, he's a Chief Magistrate, and I'm sure this matter, as he has followed the law, I believe. So, but I will confirm and let you know in the due course. Thank you.
Honourable members, our question time have lapsed. Honourable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery of the new Erima Junior High School in Mosby Northeast National Capital District. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend to you a warm welcome also. Honourable members, in pursuant to statutes, I present the annual report of the Chief Justice on the work of the National Judiciary System 2024. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the paper and the debate be adjourned and made in order of a day of a subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. The Chairman, Public Parliamentary Committee, Special Parliamentary Committee.
Mr. Acting Speaker, honourable members, I present the report of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Children and Youth Well-being on the summary of the proceedings and the outcome from the parliamentary inquiries conducted on the 14th to 15th October 2025 and 16th to 17th April 2026. Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of the Parliament to make a statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I want to preface by statement by acknowledging in Parliament today the students from New Erima Junior High School, the students from Marianville Secondary School. These are our children and young people, youths, representing our children and the youths of our country here for this occasion. I want to acknowledge to our NGO partners who have been working with our committee and working also in this space that are also represented in Parliament today at the public chamber. PNG Council of Churches, Save the Children Fund, Children's Fund, Equal Playing Field. I also want to acknowledge our development partners, UNICEF, UNDP, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade from Australia, and other representative of a partner government from within our region, especially from Japan, Korea, European Union, World Bank, and other private corporates who also work in this space and are here today for this occasion of the presentation of our report. Mr. Acting Speaker, I rise today to present to this Honourable House the first report of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Children and Youth Wellbeing, arising from its parliamentary inquiries conducted on the 14th to 15th October 2025 and 16th to 17th April 2026. At the outset, I wish to commend the government, this Honourable House, and particularly the Honourable Prime Minister for the vision and leadership shown in establishing this Special Parliamentary Committee. I commend too the Leader of Government Business for moving the motion to create the committee in May 2025. This initiative reflects an important national recognition that as Papua New Guinea marks 50 years of independence, we must also look forward to the next 50 years and place children and youth at the center of our national development agenda. Mr. Acting Speaker, the establishment of this committee was not without deeply considered forethought. The decision to establish this committee reflects a deliberate commitment on the part of the government and our national leadership here in the National Parliament to ensure that no child is left behind as we advance into our next 50 years journey. The Honourable Prime Minister himself has consistently emphasized that the future prosperity, stability, and security of Papua New Guinea depend on the well-being, development, and opportunities available to our children and the youths of today. The asset and burdens that we leave behind will rest on the shoulders of our children and those who are yet to be born. What we sow now as leaders, our children and youth will bear in their time, be it of drought and famine or riches and plenty. Mr. Acting Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament, the leadership of Papua New Guinea, through the establishment of this committee, is reaffirming our country's international commitments. As a member state of the United Nations, as a signatory to the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, a signatory to the Convention of the Rights of Children, and a signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals, our country has committed itself to ensuring that every child survives, learns, is protected, and has the opportunity to reach their full potential. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which we are a member of, commits all nations, including Papua New Guinea, to ending poverty and hunger, to ensuring healthy lives and quality education, to achieve gender equality, to provide access to safe water and sanitation, to reduce inequalities, and to leave no one behind. These are not simply global aspirations. They are national responsibilities. They are responsibilities for which we as leaders are charged with to lead and help our nation to deliver. Mr. Acting Speaker, since the establishment of our committee, myself as chairman, Honorable Francisca Semoso as my deputy, member for North Bougainville Open, and all our members of the committee, which I want to mention all of them, Mr. Acting Speaker. Honorable Sasindra Mutuval, Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel, Honorable Francis Yori Alua, Honorable Mash Narawek, Honorable Rufina Pita, Honorable Kit Idu, Honorable Simon Kaiwi, and I want to also mention and give credit also to Down Minister Honorable Solen Loifa. Before his appointment, he was member of our committee. We have taken this responsibility for our children and the youth of our country very seriously, Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament. Our two full inquiries convene the departments, stakeholders, duty bearers responsible for our children and youth from education, from health, documentation, Treasury, Department of Finance, Community Development, and other stakeholders to attend the two important inquiries. The inquiries have come at a significant inflection point for our country, and we have used them as platform to ensure that critical progress for children and youth is documented, monitored, and most importantly, is on track. The committee has been encouraged by the major government initiatives and reforms that has taken place, including the tuition fee free education policy, which has significantly expanded enrollment across elementary, primary, and secondary education. The government's approval of financing for early childhood education teachers as a start to the implementation of the early childhood education policy, a landmark step towards strengthening and foundational learning that is absolutely critical for the journey of our citizens, starting at an early age. Increased investment in vaccine, health commodities, and the effective polio outbreak response. The passage of the Civil Identity Registration Act 2024, very important to Mr. Acting Speaker. The re-establishment of the National Child and Family Services Council, increased national attention on youth development, employment pathways, and digital opportunities, and the creation of the National Youth Development Authority to replace the National Youth Commission. These are imperative achievements and progress that demonstrate growing political commitment to investing in the next generation. Mr. Acting Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, our country, Papua New Guinea, is a young nation with enormous potential. The majority of our people are under the age of 25. If properly supported, educated, skilled, and protected, this generation could become the country's greatest national asset and the drivers of economic growth, stability, and innovation for the next 50 years and beyond. But the inquiry also confirmed that too many children and youths remain left behind. Despite stronger policies and increasing investment, national outcomes sadly remain deeply concerning, Mr. Acting Speaker, Members of Parliament. Only 48% of children receive full routine immunization coverage. Some of the provinces, you are not doing well. You got to step up your PHA. 48% of children under 5 are stunned due to chronic malnutrition. 48%, Mr. Acting Speaker, nearly half of our children. Only 13% of births are formally registered. You may like him all by got an ID, but they cannot even get birth certificate. Only 13%. Only half the country has access to basic water services. That's very, very important, critical to the health and hygiene of our children, to give them the start they need in their life journey. Only 23.6% of the population have access to basic sanitation. And it's worse in the urban areas. You line in charge of water PNG na, this utility companies belong government here. Please take note of this. Only 45% of grade 3 children meet minimum reading standards. And 27.7% of youth are not in employment, education, or some training. Mr. Acting Speaker, Members of Parliament, these are not simply statistics. These numbers represent children, represent youths whose opportunities are being constrained before they even begin their life properly. They represent unrealized human potential, weakened national productivity, and growing inequality across provinces, communities, and in our entire nation. The committee concluded that Papua New Guinea does not primarily suffer from lack of policy or even lack of financing. Policy here, you may pull up stuff. The central challenge facing our country today is weak implementation, fragmented system, poor coordination, weak data system, insufficient accountability for result, and in some cases, there is duplication of roles and responsibility. Across sectors, we have policies, we have strategies, we have institutional frameworks, budget allocation, but this investment and intervention are not consistently translating into measurable improvements in the lives of children and young people, particularly at provincial, district, and community levels. Mr. Acting Speaker, the committee's inquiry identified 5 urgent national shifts required across sectors. 1, from policy ambition to execution at scale. 2, from fragmented systems to integrated child and youth-focused service delivery. 3, from input-based budgeting to outcome accountability. Honorable members, Mr. Acting Speaker, you miss focus too much long. Process, and we are ignoring outcomes. Processes become more important than outcomes. System here, you may work in system here. Hold him, you may beg. From you blood to law option. You blood go in charge, start long district, na province to here. From siloed information systems to real-time integrated child and youth data. NOGAT data. How about you working planning? It's fragmented. How will we track the progress of our children and youth? Number 5, and from national planning to effective sub-national delivery capacity. You play it, Savelo, this lawyer. The inquiry further emphasized several priority recommendations. In education, the committee called for accelerated implementation of early childhood education reform. Prime Minister, I congratulate you on behalf of the committee. This is a great initiative. We are 50 years late, but we have made the decision and it must happen now. This is a major critical intervention that we all must support at all levels. Expansion of secondary infrastructure. Mr. Acting Speaker and Members of Parliament, primary education here is about 85% enrollment. But time only go to secondary school, no got space. School fee, TFF, maybe no go Ariapo. It drops down to below 50% retention. Strengthen foundational learning and targeted support for rural and vulnerable children. In health and nutrition, the committee recommends an urgent national immunization recovery program. We have charted, provide data for all the districts and the provinces. So please, honorable members, Mr. Acting Speaker, look at the report. It provides your level of immunization. Some are doing well, some are not doing very well. Implementation of a national nutrition survey. Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, this is very important. Nutrition. Our children, 50% almost, are being stunned. All not grow big or mind develop because they are getting lousy, bad food. You may all get a survey, processed food. We want our young people to be smart, to grow physically fit, but nutrition is poor. You can be absolutely guaranteed they won't be physically big or grow to their full potential, and their mind also equally will suffer, will be stunned. Expansion of preventive and outreach services, strengthening of village health assistance program, and stronger provincial accountability mechanism. It starts at district and provinces. The nation is made up of district and provinces. If we at the provinces and district get our act right, we can start to help national departments and national state agency get it right. On birth registration and identity system, the committee recommends scaling universal birth registration through integrated health facility and outreach approaches. Activation of the CRV's National Steering Committee and the establishment of real-time reporting system. We have the Health Department, and now we have the Civil and Civil Identity Registration Office. They must work together. They should not be territorial, Mr. Acting Speaker. Health Department, please, Minister, work with the Civil Identity Registration Office so we can get all our children registered. Then they get the NID, and then they continue their life with full identity. In water, sanitation and hygiene, WASH, the committee calls for urgent establishment of a national WASH authority or interim coordination mechanism, accelerated rural services delivery, and a multi-year financing framework focused on equitable access. Clearly defining institutional roles, responsibility, and accountability mechanisms are required to prevent duplication of function, and avoid confusion in mandates and areas of responsibility with water PNG. So, Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, Prime Minister, why is it packed with national planning? And work blogolo. And how long has it been packed in national planning? Are they an implementation agency or they are policy and monitoring and evaluation department? It's been there for nearly 20 years. And I want to pause here by emphasizing, Mr. Acting Speaker and members of Parliament, water and sanitation is not just important for the health and hygiene of our children, to give them a good start, health and fit and well in life. But equally, it's also important for women and girls, especially in the rural areas. Mr. Acting Speaker, in the rural areas, women and girls, they go to the river to have bath, like us men and boys, but also, importantly, they go to wash the clothes and wash the utensils and have a time out from their families. It's a social occasion. But nowadays, the traditional institution that protects and respects women and girls, it's collapsing. So this good social habit or part of family well-being is becoming another traumatic experience for women and girls in the length and breadth of our country. Ol mama na daughters lo yumi like golo wara lo wasim clothes na karim wara lo kam lo yumi ol man is stop sin out lo house na house boy or house man. They are subjected to intimidation and violence and some rape taking place. And what is happening? Nowadays, too, Mr. Acting Speaker and members of Parliament, due to the effect of climate change, now you may talk long. When El Nino, when it's also difficult for. Let me rephrase that. The water head is, drying up, so women and girls have to walk further, Mr. Acting Speaker, away from their usual place of going to have a bath, wash their clothes and everything, and the risks get higher. So wash is not just important for our children, our youth, important for us adults too. But I want to emphasize that it's also equally important for women and girls. You mean all money, I think, you mean no karano, you mean no sa washing clothes, you mean no sa go when I'm here, washing utensils too, you mean wet tasol lokai guy. And then we go and intimidate women and girls who are doing this hard work, daily work, to sustain all of us. In child protection and juvenile justice, the committee recommended stronger preventive system, rollout of provincial child protection council, training and deployment of children protection officers as soon as possible, strengthening online safety framework, expansion of diversion, rehabilitation programs, and improved reintegration support for vulnerable youth. Some of our government departments are doing great work. Minister for Justice and Attorney General, our juvenile division in that department is trying its best, but they need support. There are many stakeholders who are doing their best. They need support. And we need to provide the conducive environment by which our children, who are our future, who will inherit what we are building and what we are achieving, we need to ensure the environment is conducive for them so they grow up to be very positive, proud Papua New Guineans. They will be able to continue the journey that we have started and we continue to deliver. The committee also emphasized the urgent need to strengthen pathways for youths through education, technical and vocational education, and training, TVET, entrepreneurship, sports, digital skills, mental health support, and employment opportunities. He no come up TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, whatever that's all. They must become innovative young men and women, contributing at that early age to their own journey and to their communities, to the district provinces, and to our nation. Mr. Acting Speaker, the inquiry reinforced a simple but important principle. We must stop measuring success only by strategies launched, ribbons cut, budget allocated and spent, people hired, workshop conducted, or policy pronounced. We must measure whether children and youth are, first of all, surviving, and second of all, thriving by ensuring that they are receiving nutritious food, they're accessing quality education from early childhood through to grade 12. Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, our committee strongly feels that we must make it compulsory for all our children to receive education up to grade 12, compulsory. Papa Mama ya working beginning stuff. Now, usad by lookout him. And by heavy blow you Prime Minister, heavy blow you Acting Speaker, blow you me Olgadaya. We must make sure that they send their children to school, and if they don't send their children to school up to grade 12, there should be penalties, because they should also remain responsible for their children's well-being, contributing to the effort of government at all levels. We must also ensure there is learning foundational skills provided, that the children are being protected from violence, abuse, and exploitation, that they are being registered at birth, and they are accessing safer water and sanitation, and they are transitioning from into meaningful opportunities and reaching their full potential. Because ultimately, Mr. Acting Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the next 50 years of our country, Papua New Guinea, belongs not to us, but to our children, to our youths, and to the generation that are yet to come. And what better way to secure the future of our nation and our own legacy as the first generation of leaders of our beloved Papua New Guinea, first generation meaning coming now at 50 years, than by investing effectively in our children and the youths of today. Mr. Acting Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the committee's work over the past year has demonstrated both the scale of the challenges and the importance of sustained parliamentary oversight to ensure accountability, coordination, and measurable result. The well-being of children and youth is not a temporary issue, nor one confined to a single sector or program cycle, not to one department. It is central to the long-term development, stability, prosperity, and happiness of our country, Papua New Guinea. After one solid year of work, the job of our committee is not yet finished. In fact, we have just started. We have not inquired yet into the situation facing youth of our country at all levels, especially after 14 years, year 14, into 25 or 35. We have focused on the 14 years, 0 to 14 years up to now. Mr. Acting Speaker, our committee has issued letters to all the provincial government, the autonomous ABG government, our municipal government in NCDC, and various government departments and agencies to submit report on all existing youth initiative programs and platforms initiated at all levels to ensure and provide for our youths of our country, especially between 15 to 30 or 35. I want to, on behalf of our committee, Mr. Acting Speaker, take this time to call on all the provincial governments and all the Department of State and agencies that have been approached to reply to this request for a report. We must know what are being initiated for our young people, the youths of our country, other than the formal education system. And Mr. Acting Speaker, we have requested and asked politely for this report. But I want to say at this juncture that if the reports are not forthcoming, we will be compelled to summon all those who have been addressed to give report and use the power of our committee to penalize those who do not answer to this request from our committee. We must support the effort of the national government and all government at all levels to show that we are at the provincial level, district level, these are the initiatives for young people, so they don't fall out. They continue in a positive way to achieve their full potential. We all know the consequence, Mr. Acting Speaker, of neglecting our young people. The last 50 years is bear witness to this problem of neglecting or pushing out or ignoring, leaving our young people behind. The well-being of our children and youth should be at the forefront of every parliament, every political leaders, every government at all levels in the agenda, in your budgeting and your plans for your district and for your province, up to national level. For this reason, Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, the committee respectfully recommends that the Special Parliamentary Committee on Child and Youth Wellbeing be transitioned into a permanent parliamentary committee of this Honorable House so that we continue to have oversight. We don't leave it to one department, Department for Community Development. We give you youth, National Youth Development. Before you used to be National Youth Commission, you sensitive name, you go National Youth Development Authority. What's happening? You work in policy, nothing is happening. Money come on God. And then to the Department of Health, and then to Attorney General, CIS and the police, juveniles, and, we must have permanent parliamentary committees that have oversight so that ensure that all the departments are working in unison, in coordination, and implementing clear state policy so that we are progressing and seeing improvement in this very critical part of our citizens' development. Such a step, Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, would institutionalize parliamentary leadership and ensure sustained national focus on child survival, child development, child protection, child participation, and youth well-being across successive government and national development plans. Not just for this Parliament, Mr. Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, but future parliaments must continue to have oversight. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Acting Speakers, pardon me, members of Parliament, as we celebrate 50 years of nationhood, the Parliament has an opportunity to help shape the next 50 years by ensuring that all children and youth in Papua New Guinea are visible, valued, protected, and given the opportunity to thrive. Our children's tomorrow depend on the decision and action that we take today. Before I conclude my statement, Mr. Acting Speaker, let me take this time to thank the members of our committee, and importantly to thank our development partners, principally UNICEF and the UNDP, United Nations generally, and to thank all the other governments who have supported the committee and continue to work in this space, including the government of Australia through DFED, government of Japan, South Korea, the EU, and other development partners who are working in this space. Let me also thank our committee again for the wonderful work that we have done. For me, it's been a privilege to be chairing this committee. It's a committee that, for the first time, we have set up in this honorable house. And I'm honored to be chairing this committee. At this point, I therefore, Mr. Acting Speaker, commend this report to the House and respectfully table it for debate by honorable members. Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Habao.
Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Child and Youth Wellbeing report, and I wish to contribute in this very important report.
Make your debate.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, and thank you, Prime Minister, and your leadership in establishing this another very, very important parliamentary committee to address this big issue of the welfare of our children in this country. I want to quote two quotations that the chairman has presented, just to highlight my very, very strong view on the importance of this report to the Honorable House and to the country. Page 83, paragraph 3. I quote, "All of us adults now are in the sunset of our life, but the next 50 years belong to our children." September 16 this year will be 1 year into our next 50-year journey. And what a timely report this is, because the next 50-year citizens of this country are the children of today. Unfortunately, Deputy Acting Speaker, the report highlights some very, very serious issues that are affecting our children today, that will have a great impact in the next 50 years if governments that come in after every election, the next lot of governments in the next election in 2027 and after that, if those governments and their departments fail to undertake activities that respond to the issues that the committee has highlighted today. I want to highlight one or two only, because I know that many of you will also be passionate like me in trying to support the report. The report says that 1 out of every 2 children in Papua New Guinea are undernourished. 1 in 2, Mr. Acting Speaker. That means that in the next 50 years, if we don't do anything like what we have not done in the last 50 years, then 50% of the citizens of this country will not have the intellect. Not have the intellect to address the issues that affect them day to day. And in the next 50 years, the times will be more difficult, more challenging. Many of our children will not have the IQ to score the required entry requirements at the universities, or going overseas and competing with their global citizens outside of the country, because they are affected by this serious implication that the report has indicated. 50%, 1 in 2 of our children suffer seriously, Deputy Speaker. 3 years ago, 5 years ago, the World Bank presented to us the same figures And then the Deputy Prime Minister and Attorney General, then Mr. David Stephen, led a team to address this particular specific issue. And then, like everything that we start, it just fell off on the way, and that has never been continued. Now that this report has confirmed those things, Mr. Acting Speaker, I don't want these issues to fall out of the way. So my strongest suggestion through you, Deputy Speaker, to the Prime Minister of today, I want you to mainstream this report. Mainstream this policy. When we say mainstream the policy, meaning that every agency of state, whether it's health, education, agriculture, defense, police, SOEs, constitutional bodies, they must have an input in the issues that are presented in this report. We call that mainstreaming. Unless we mainstream, there will be no institutional capability to take the actions required by the health department, for example. Health department must never allow 48% of the children not immunized. It cannot be accepted. It must never be accepted. So whoever is the departmental head, the minister responsible, they must report to Parliament through the minister, make sure that the children are 90% immunized. This is unacceptable today. The World Health Standard must be met. 80% of the children must always be immunized. Immunization and banissia. So if only 60% of the garden is fenced, pig by coming inside and bagara kauka. That's what it means. When you don't immunize 80% plus of the children, diseases will come in any time in the epidemic or in the high mortality morbidity rates affecting the children because of lack of immunization. Mainstreaming means the Secretary and the Minister for Health must never allow immunization to drop at the global standard. They must be sacked if they allow the children immunization rate to drop to this report now, 48%. Cannot be accepted. Same with nutrition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this nutrition issue, yeah, big thing, yeah. At one time I debated. 9 o'clock in the morning, in NCD, all of us, we drive to all the schools, public schools around the city. 9 o'clock in the morning, all the mothers are sitting outside selling cheese pop, ice block, because the mothers in the house are not preparing their lunch. This has to stop. This must stop. By law, no mother must go and sell ice block or cheese pop outside the school fence or bubble gum. This has to stop. Because one in two of our children, their intellect is, their body won't develop, their mind won't develop. If their body won't develop, how are we going to compete in FIFA or rugby? You mean by league here? This is what's going to happen next 50 years, this generation. That's what we are giving the children now. I wanted to highlight this so it can shoot me. It's not something to laugh about. All the mothers, people are listening, yeah. You don't send your child with cheese pop or go and give him 5 kina and go and buy cheese pop outside the mothers. I know SME, but it's a wrong SME for the future of our children. Deputy Speaker, please, can the Minister for Education, you're a good man, Minister. When you talk, I respect you. This is one area you really have to put it on your radar. Announce it, close it now. Something you must think now. Very, very serious. Second issue, relation to this nutrition issue, it has been globally well known and documented that when you educate a woman, you educate the nation. Focus of this, many of these issues. Mama you know carry baby go to clinic. Mama you know cooking good plakai kai lo pikinini. Educate, focus a program on educating the mother. Mother, all these programs here, church programs here, SDA Catholic, my own United Church, many women's programs, government fund those programs, teach the mothers how to cook nutritious food. Encourage the mother to go for family planning so that they can space. Family planning is the cheapest health program in the world. This country must have family planning services expanded throughout the country. If there is an intervention that is effective and efficient in this debate on educating the mother, is the family planning program. Don't talk about building regional hospitals, bringing CT scans or cancer, all this, they are okay. But primary health, this one in the debate that when the issue of gender was presented, I debated that mothers accessible free family planning will empower the woman. And in this argument, the mother has to have a breathing space, not picking in close to. With family planning, there is a space. Mother can rejuvenate her health mentally and spiritually. Take care of the few children that she has. Wake up on time. Cook. Good food. We don't have to be earning a big salary to cook good food. Plenty cow stuff, green stuff, plenty. You don't go and buy cheese pop and put it in the child's bag or get the SME mother sitting outside of the Waigani Community School or Korobosha Community School. And then they buy all these things, junk food I call them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have stood to urge the Prime Minister today in this important, and there are many statistics that are really frightening. And my strong recommendation is mainstream. All get a department all head. You kirap ya. Kirap and mainstream this. Agriculture department. You mainstream food security. Teach the children how to, mothers, how to go and cook good food. Department of Health, you train more nutritionists. We lack nutritionists in this country. Secretary for Health, the immunization program, it's cheaper. You got lots of support from our bilateral, multilateral friends. Mainstream it through you, because then you can then allow agencies that are vehicles for delivery to make sure that every policy and plan of every state agency of this beautiful country must take on board recommendations of this report. And I want to say that the recommendations, I have gone through them while the chairman was reading, they don't need a lot of money. This is not a high demand, financial demand policies. These are things that we should do anyway, with the same level of funding that departments receive. But because these are not mainstreamed, the D-head or the deputy or the FAS or the AS down the line or unit manager in the whole entire department, they don't worry about it because it's not in the... So my take today is for this must be implemented. I don't want this very good report that all of us will support today be treated like the Special Committee on Election report. We presented it 3 years ago, and now 9 months' time it's election, and this government has not implemented it. I don't want this report to go through the same thing. Election is okay, and something that not as special as all special, but for children, the next adult that this country will depend on, one or two of them will not make it to the level that the global citizens demand. High IQ, high physique, muscle, strong, savvy. They're not going. 50% of the next children, the next adults now, born in today, next 50 years, these children will suffer. That's the point I want to emphasize, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But mainstream this policy. People all get a minister, all get a departmental head. Please take this report and mainstream it into every activity that you got. Thank you.
The Honorable Governor Oro.
I also wish to debate this very important report presented by the Special Parliamentary Committee on Child and Youth Well-being. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I wish to commend the Honourable Chairperson and members of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Child and Youth Well-being for what is clearly a comprehensive and thoughtful report. And I support the proposal that it become a permanent parliamentary committee. Their work reminds us that the true measure of any nation is not in its GDP, nor the height of its buildings, nor the wealth beneath its soil, but the condition of its children. And our children are not simply the leaders of tomorrow, they are the citizens today. They have rights today. They deserve protection, education, healthcare, and opportunity today. And this report paints a sobering picture of the challenges confronting children and our young people across Papua New Guinea. It identifies shortcomings in education, health, nutrition, child protection, documentation, youth development, and many other critical areas. Thank you, Chairman, for presenting a very sobering report. But, Mr. Speaker, as I read this report, one question continues to occupy my mind. Why do these problems continue to exist after 50 years of independence? It is not because we lack intelligent people. It is not because we lack reports. It is not because we lack legislation, nor is it because we lack resources. Papua New Guinea is one of the most resource-rich nations on earth. And in regards to food, I'm looking at the specific details about malnutrition. That 1 in every 2 children in Papua New Guinea has stunted growth. Yet the ABC 2 years ago reported that Papua New Guinea's traditional diet was #1, the best in the world. What's gone wrong? What has happened in that specific area? So the question is not whether we have, the question therefore is not whether we know the problems, the question is whether we have designed a system of government capable of solving them, Mr. Speaker. And I submit that one of the greatest obstacles to improving the well-being of our children is the manner in which our system of governance has evolved, particularly following the 1995 reforms under the Organic Law on Provincial Governments and Local Level Governments. And I'm going to explain a little bit on this. This is one of my favorite subjects. I know many of you are sick and tired of hearing about this. I urge you all to go back and study 1995 and those reforms and the consequences. These reforms were introduced with good intention. They were introduced at that time because they wanted to bring premiers into the House and prevent the possibility of secession. However, after 3 decades, this Parliament must honestly ask whether they have achieved the intended purpose. Instead of genuine decentralization, what has emerged is a system in which responsibility has increasingly been decentralized, has been centralized, while accountability has become blurred. And the national government today attempts to administer almost every aspect of public service delivery. It seeks to manage schools. It seeks to manage hospitals. It seeks to manage health workers. It seeks to manage teachers. It seeks to manage welfare services, to manage policing, manage infrastructure, and it seeks to manage almost everything from Waigani. Mr. Speaker, that is an impossible task. No central government, regardless of who forms it, can effectively administer frontline services for almost 11 million people living across our rugged mountains, isolated islands, vast forests, and thousands of communities separated by some of the most difficult terrain in the world. The result is predictable. Decision-making becomes slow, resources are delayed, communities are neglected, service delivery deteriorates, and when services fail, all our people do not blame Waigani, they blame their governors, they blame provincial governments, they blame the local leaders, the DDAs. Yet these very leaders often lack the authority to appoint key officials, control staffing, direct resources, or coordinate the national agencies operating within their own provinces, Mr. Speaker. National governments are supposed to develop in policy, standards, carry out inspections and audits to ensure that districts and provinces are maintaining those standards. That's not happening. They want to run around the entire country and do everything, holding workshops here, conferences there, hire cars, travel allowances. This is what they're doing. And after the 95 reforms, all the provinces, we have become redundant. We just sit and wait for Waigani. Now, people all get the governor, people line up, Waigani also blik monkey na, round panim to secretary na. This la head of department na. Hi. We have created a system where responsibility is decentralized only when things go wrong. This is not decentralization. This is decentralized blame. The national government should not be trying to run every school, every health center, every aid post, and every district office. Its role is strategic. Its role should be to develop national policy, to establish minimum standards, to ensure equitable funding, to inspect, to audit, to measure performance, to enforce accountability. These are functions that only the national government can properly perform. And by contrast, provincial governments are far better placed to deliver services because they understand their geography, their culture, their languages, and the practical realities of their communities. But we need the resources. We are not getting the resources. For example, with GST, we are now only getting 60%. 60%. And the poorer provinces, well, that's hardly anything. The gateway provinces, Morabel and NCD, for instance, they get the larger bulk of GST. Smaller provinces are getting very little, minimal. Districts are almost 61% money. It's like 40%. I'm supposed to go to district there. You blow open member, you got limitation. This money you similar DSIP. Minaplo limited infrastructure. Now service society by delivering also service. Me taking opportunity to talk also Prime Minister, Treasurer, please give 100% goal all get the provincial GST collections. So people can run him all district. So, Mr. Speaker, a child in Telefomin, or a child in the Trobriand Islands, or a child in Moorhead, or a child in Kokoda, or Daru, or Bougainville, their circumstances are vastly different. Yet we continue to believe that every decision affecting them must somehow originate from Port Moresby. Mr. Speaker, children do not experience government through departments. A child does not know the difference between the Department of Health, Education, Community Development, Treasury, or Finance. A child simply asks, can I go to school? Can I receive medical treatment? Can my parents register my birth? Can I drink clean water? Can I walk safely to school? Can I find employment when I finish my education? That child experienced government as one system. Unfortunately, our government too often functions as disconnected institutions operating in isolation from one another. Just today, Mr. Prime Minister was answering a question and he spoke about provincial administrators not responding or not delivering their reports. Prime Minister, that responsibility belongs to the Department of Provincial and Local Level Government. What are they doing? What about DPM? DPM is supposed to be developing KPIs and holding administrators accountable and monitoring their performance. That's not happening. These plasma meetings that are supposed to be rolled out every month by the Department of Provincial local level government, that's not happening. They are supposed to be holding these organizations, the administrations to account. They're not doing that. And one work one governor. Run, chasing all administrator, working to work, putting report by you every month. Now block grant, you plan to give block grant too. Give money now and then hold us accountable. But government, we are too often functioning as a disconnected institutions, operating in isolation. Mr. Speaker, this debate is therefore not merely about children. It is about governance. It is about whether we have created a system capable of delivering the outcomes we all seek. I believe the time has come for this Parliament to undertake an honest bipartisan review of the 1995 governance reforms. We've been holding governance conferences. We put in all these recommendations. Nothing. One plus something told them, come out them. Oh, you can appoint him PA, blah, blah. Now, who said by appointing monitoring performance PA? I believe the time has come for this Parliament to undertake an honest bipartisan review of the 95 governance reforms. Not because we wish to criticize those who introduced them, but because after 30 years we have enough evidence to evaluate whether they have produced stronger services or weaker ones, whether they have improved accountability or diluted it, whether they have empowered provinces or merely shifted responsibility without authority. If the answer is that our children continue to suffer because our governance arrangements are no longer fit for purpose, then this Parliament has a duty to act. Mr. Speaker, imagine a Papua New Guinea when the national government focuses relentlessly on what it can do, develop world-class policy, set national standards, allocate funding fairly, inspect schools, audit hospitals, measure outcomes, publish performance rankings, reward success, intervene where standards are consistently not met. At the same time, imagine provincial governments genuinely empowered to plan, coordinate, and deliver services, working closely with the districts, local level governments, churches, communities, and other private sector. Clear responsibilities, clear authority, clear accountability, no duplication, no confusion, no excuses. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution speaks of integral human development. It calls upon us to hold and build a society in which every citizen has the opportunity to realize his or her full potential. If our children remain malnourished, if they cannot access education, if they lack basic health care, if they are victims of violence, if they leave school without hope, then we have failed, not because we lacked ambition, but because our institution failed them. This report should therefore become more than another parliamentary document placed upon a shelf. It should become the catalyst for fundamental governance reform. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I conclude with this thought. The success of our nation over the next 50 years will not be determined by how much gold we mine, how much LNG we export, or how many roads we build. It will be determined by whether the child born today in every province of Papua New Guinea has a better chance to survive, to learn, to grow, to be protected, and to fulfill his or her potential than the child born yesterday. If our governance system does not enable that outcome, then it is not the children who must adapt to the system. It is the system that must adapt to serve our children. I commend this report to the House, and I urge that the recommendations be accompanied by a comprehensive review of our governance framework so that the next generation inherits not merely our aspirations, but a state capable of fulfilling them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Wagi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Luke Saolomi. Me like to thank you, Governor Blo NCD, Honourable Paus Pakop, Lo Karen one good player, Special Parliamentary Committee report lo Child and Youth Development. Thank you, Governor Blo NCD, Honourable Paus Pakop. Mr. Speaker, number one priority blo imi lo staff lo this house, and blo tingim all man. Man na meri na picnic by sleep good, sindan good, kai good, school good, kisimarasin good, staff good la, and priority blo this house. All man makim yumi blo come lo this house, lo tingim all, so that all can find him good la sindan. Me look in this report, na me Worry no go through. Meeting also, me Papua New Guinea all right here. Meeting all the picnic all right, all youths all right, country all right. The time you look into this report, meeting also, still you make this country I'm got problem. Now me looking one the phrase I'm governor I'm talk me like read him again lawyer. Mr. Speaker, sorry. To give me how much long, cutting ribbon, na, celebrate, na, passing policy, na, all this is something that's all. Time me, all sample something you make him no go down long. Level of people, same, yeah. Not true. Like, yeah, this like house, Mr. Speaker, even a passing plenty policy. Na plenty something that's all. Me looking at something him no go down long. Level of people. Mr. Speaker, Narla Milugi, ma'am. Sorry. Anyway, beyond by me talk, Mr. Speaker. Now, lo pot mospe by you looking plenty all picnic all stable road. Now you pack him car all by ask him money. Now some man or lake no good to buy you looking all stable store nabat na ask him money too. Now you go to place, simple man thinking blow them nabat na all stop. So this la me looking most simple something you mean make him blow this la line. Now old man all stop nabat. Now me looking most one la part now governor report them also you pass some budget, you pass some policy. So through work no come up long province na district. Report them stuff me like talk that's all. Me no find him. That's all. Mr. Speaker, this is me no same. All get something centralized here long. Waigani. I think all head of department now, all secretary, all no. Salum work or work money go to district or sample policy or sample san you make him yellow parliament, you know go lo province na district yet. So lo district na province lo not wagi lo place lo me. Him no got here. No got one la man lo yellow department em can kona help me lo set him up all this la department la look at him all youths na look at him all child welfare all this la em no got too. So me lo yem plenty em so stuff lo yellow wagani em stuff yet lo ye. So I'm all spreading go tamlo lo district na provincial level let me look more some this like kind problem member na come up to. So meeting was some speaker. I think all minister, all kissing minister, all not can sleep one time. Secretary, lo same mattress. Now must. Mr. Speaker, me like all ministers must talk strong long. Secretary long all. Now almost salim karam sample policy na one Sunday me pass him almost carrying for place na almost implement him too. All good la Sunday me to lemo sunning staff lo wagani. You know go out long. Province na district yet. Also na look me still we got big problems up. So now I'm public servant na minister time lo make him this law work. Now this law report now Governor Paus Pogo report him. You must give some good result after 5 or 10 years time. Narla am talk long, Mr. Speaker, am talk long. Early childhood education. Am bigla something. Me come legislative background. So country Papua New Guinea. Am depend long early foundation. Time old man all bigla finish. All come bigla finish. You like school molo, you like straight molo, all benanap. Boss, sample person all plan and finish lo bell blow all name stop. You put him all calabos all come back again, all still by making same person yet. Mr. Speaker, early childhood preschool. Now you may talk here. Only person make minister, so you may not implement him yet. You may not implement him, you may not work in preschool yet. You may not make him plan the preschool teachers college yet. You may say Lulu primary school na, Lulu high school na, Lulu university. Just forget them. Future blow this country em defend lo early preparation. Early preparation and foundation blow this country. One em picnic em by come up behind, em by come up good blow, no good, em depend lo early preparation. Time bell blow picnic em also young blow ground. You put him compost na plan him one put him water stuff. One la diwa you put him na you plan him water, put him water na, put him compost na this la diwa em karam good la kaya. Bell blow man em also picnic em also. You plan him good, bell blow him. What I'm good la program. Now this la pini him come up big la. You by not looking one la something by come up. Mr. Speaker, I think last time him been talk also. You mean like him change him country. You mean you can give him service past them. You must change him man past them. Na man by come na change him country. So you mean lose thinking old man. Na you mean like change him country na give him service na like change him man set old man. Him old man have sense too. A man by still come back again na make him so you must change him old man. Also na this la early education am very important. Now me looking Mr. Speaker this la program only pass make early preschool education am start yet. Now me like ask him Mr. Speaker was I am responsible. Me like him must take him up this la early childhood education. And foundation is very important. Anybody do to money in future. Community school picnic, na high school picnic, university picnic, knock out. Preschool and foundation. Tomorrow, after 50 years, country become up good. Depend on early preparation. Mr. Speaker, me, I'm also los good la report them governor Karabikam. Na me lo you also Islam one la big la need lo country play me. So now you mean that you mean pass some policy also you mean by implementing 166 policy, education policy. Okay, one in preschool. Now 6 grade 1 up to 6. Now another 6 grade 7 up to 12. Okay, another 6 you mean make him total. This la 1 year I'm stop yet. Preschool I'm stop yet. So suppose you mean really serious about our country at the meeting also we must go back in long preschool. Now you mean change all magil up and by all right. Now one la curriculum me look him education department I'm adopt him and borrow him long Australia. Papua New Guinea sovereign nation. You mean yet you must produce him curriculum you mean based law, culture you mean yet. So all curriculum up now all make him. Then you by looking yellow must be now all get up. Kind church na organization all use him kind curriculum. All use him kind curriculum. Now I mean in line with them policy law government to narla teach him narla teach him narla teach him narla. You mean confusion all picnic. So government you must get control the early childhood curriculum. So that you must produce one block curriculum. Now this is the curriculum Papua New Guinea yet almost write him long culture law yet. Now you make him. You mean can borrow him law overseas law Australia. I mean last time Secretary of Education go Tamlo law Australia borrow him this law curriculum law AC. No curriculum you mean. Mr. Speaker, me like cancel him this law. Now me like him you may work him curriculum law you mean yet. Now this law by number one curriculum and by base by looking Papua New Guinea and by change. Me start legislative field for more than 30 years. Now me look more you mean just play on top of stuff. Now you mean not go through Tamlo yet. No God. Also now you look him now Governor Karami report come now talk you mean got legislative issue. So you mean go back in law, early childhood preparation, in child legislative program two empowerment two by coming said I will look at him picking I will give him kage all this program and stuff in cell legislative. So that picking by come up. All right. Also me almost law good la report Governor Karikam. Thank you, Lord. Me support. Thank you.
Minister of Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Thank you, Lord, give me this opportunity. Lord, support him this statement in the paper Governor been presenting. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Governor for NCD and his committee for such a wonderful report that is presented before us today. The adaptation of this report must be taken very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here to give my support to this presentation,
that was done this morning. I would also like to agree with all the speakers who have spoken before me, especially the presentation by Se Pukatemu, the honorable member for Abau. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are seated here and listening to the presentation this morning, looking through the document that was presented by the Special Parliamentary Committee on Child and Youth Well-being, should raise some great concern in this House this morning, at this hour. It is a report that has dropped a bombshell that should awaken a lot of us this morning. Mr. Speaker, not very long, just a few years ago, there was an epidemic. There was an outbreak of something that is called COVID disease. When there was an outbreak of COVID in this House of Parliament, the Department of Health and every agency went berserk. Oh, sinaut lo yumi ogata mas go na kisim one of something immunization. COVID vaccine. It was made available for people to go and be vaccinated. And this morning, I see a report that is presented, and it says only 48% of children receive full routine immunization coverage. Is that not a report that gives us something to think about and press the panic button? That when the COVID outbreak came into this country, you may all get a rush logo kisim this vaccination. And today, we hear that only 48% of our population, of our young children, our people who will be the future leaders of this nation and citizens of this nation, 48% only are immunized. What's happened to the 52%? That responsibility now comes back to us, ladies and gentlemen. That responsibility comes back to the leaders of this nation, the provincial governments, the LLGs. And I believe that this report that is presented to us this morning must be taken very seriously with departments. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about immunization, 80% of Papua New Guineans still live in rural communities. 80% of our population still live in rural communities. Ground you Minnesota, the healthiest kaika you can find him, Lord Planet Earth, is go back to your land. We must encourage our people to cultivate, to go back to the land. Minusa, why? You may come and you may like KK or KK fast food or present him. Easy food, you may call him. You may go take away, you may buy him scone. Now come side him lick soup, now you may KK. Go back and cultivate our land. Papua New Guinea no sort lo girao. Just a few days ago, I drove from Alatau to Port Moresby. Namikam, I was impressed with the vast land that we have that is yet to be inhabited. I am now. Get our people to go back and cultivate the land. Government has made funding available. Now we must take the initiative to get to our people, to educate our people, the young people that the member was just talking about. We need to get them educated. That this la kaikai you kaikai now inside Lostoya, kaikai, not healthy. Go back na kaikai. Organic food that is grown back home. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also say that Papua New Guinea is vastly blessed with waterways. You mean talk water and sanitation. And yet Papua New Guinea has got waterways that you will never find in other parts of the world. Water is abundant in our country. But it gives us the responsibility that we must bring those resources closer to our people. You may like him or people blame you, drink good water, fresh water. Governor, NCDM talk, Chairman, talk or some. Water must be made available so that mama can go work in laundry or can go on a washing plate. Now you can wash him, you may eat as well. But those resources, you may got finished inside the country. We must bring it closer to our people. And I mean, must talk thank you. The government, the past governments where DSIP is made available to our people. It is incumbent upon us to make certain that water is made available in our villages. It must be made compulsory. We must capture that. We must capture that in policy, that every village must have running water. Mr. Speaker, Tete time mi harim sa talk, it brings me the question of lack of education. Educating our people, not only kids, but our big man Mary. Lo understand him that only 48% of our children are immunized. What about the 52%? Can we get into aggressive advertisement, billboards out in public areas? In a long time, by election come up. 8 months from now, you see billboards being raised right throughout the country. Vote him this man, vote him this man. It gives us the greatest opportunity to put up billboards to tell our people, is your child immunized? I think now, thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you, government. This appointment will now mix him as Civil Aviation Minister. From our organization, we must be serious that every person who comes in to check in must have a leaflet attached to his ticket or given over the counter. Is your child immunized? And every department must take it seriously. And we must get this message here, across to our people. Every department must take it seriously. Registration, only 13% at best are formally registered. This is a big worry. Data is important. Data is very important for development of nations. This data must be made available in order for governments to budget correctly for our people. And if only 13% is formally registered, where is the next 87%? They must be registered in order for governments to have that data available for planning, budgetary planning, and other planning business. Mr. Speaker, me sanaplo here, na mi mas talk awesome. A few years ago, some years ago, time some problem have been leak in the 70s. 50 years ago, or more than 50 years ago, when some of us were young growing up, our customs and our traditions protected us. Our customs and traditions allowed us to have families around us. They made certain that we ate breakfast. They made certain that we ate lunch. They made certain that we had dinner. Families sat around tables and discussed very important issues affecting their communities. Today you go, families are not sitting around the tables to eat anymore. Pikini run, go come, tamem come lo house. Mama tanim tasor talk. Mami, kai blami, where I'm stop and it lopot, you kai. He can have his dinner at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We must encourage families to meet together, to come together in a commune setting within their homes, within their families. That is important. And I say this because the foundation of every nation is the family. When we strengthen the families, nation will stand strong. Then family I'm weak. This is like kind of something, problems may come up. Families are interwoven. They must hold each other. Discipline come up within families. In all of school, it starts at home. The family, the fabric of nation, the family is strong. And come out and go to school, he'll be disciplined. You expect the teacher to discipline him? No, God. The first teacher is the mother and father. Amen. When the mother and father are strong, the kid is disciplined, he rises up, he grows up to be a good citizen of this nation. It is our duty and responsibility to strengthen homes and families. Mr. Speaker, you may survey, plenty talk inside the chambers, and you may read him inside the papers. You want to destroy a nation, you destroy the education system. You don't need to drop a bomb in Papua New Guinea to destroy Papua New Guinea. You just weaken its education system. And one of our members just spoke about early childhood education. He said it's his passion, it's built in him. It must be built within us as well. I'll just give you an example. Now, please don't get me wrong. Let me taramlo apimiet. In 2012, when I got elected, and I went down to my people, I wanted to go out to the villages and visit my people. As soon as I got into one of the villages, they put him tamiyok lo nek blomi. Napla come put him bush knife lo nek blomi. Napla shoot him spear come na miss him leg blomi. And my uncles and my people who were with me, officials said, you lose him na you may go. I said, I'm not going. I want to get to the bottom, the root of the cause of this problem. I'll walk him go and me stand up. Eventually me talk, what's your problem? I'm talk, me finish in grade 12. You play no look lo me. Me stop lo place. That drove a nail into my mind, into my head, into my heart. In the last parliament, I brought a report and presented it to the Minister for Education and the Minister for Higher Education at that time. He sits right next to me. I presented a report that was approved by the District Development Authority, the DDA. In that report, I captured that young person who mistreated me in that report. That was when, and I want to thank the Governor for Anger for his drive with the Anger Scholarship Program. Say Ipatas, who is not present at this time. We started off what is called a Kirwina Good Enough Scholarship Program. We picked up that very person who mistreated me on the streets and others. In 2013, we opened up the Kirwina Good Enough Scholarship Program. And I can proudly say that on our first scholarship program, we sent just under 100 students to colleges and universities. When I presented the report to the Minister of Education, Dan, and the Minister for Higher Education, we have surpassed more than 4,000 young men and women into colleges and universities. Today, some of our problems have gone down because we have sent young men and women to school who have completed grade 10 and grade 12 and did not have the opportunity to go. They were the troublemakers who were identified and put into the system. This report here today highlights some of those problems. We need to pick up our young people, get them educated well, and give them employment. And in turn, they can go back. When I'm little pay or kiss him, or put him go back into the system. Mr. Speaker, you want to destroy a nation. destroy the young people through the education system. We must educate our young people to higher institutes so that they can get back. I see my time is running. I'll be very quick. Now, plus something, you must protect him, or young men and women. Excuse me. Young men and women from the spread of sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV/AIDS. Suppose you be not careful, seek by destroying our young men and young women who are supposed to be the leaders of this nation in the next 50 years. Mr. Speaker, you like planting popo, but you harvesting popo. You like planting coconut, but you harvesting coconut. You don't have harvesting popo and go and harvesting coconut. You don't expect our education system to do likewise. You like in beginning to come up good plus citizen tomorrow, educate them well today, discipline them well today. Let's get the immunization programs into all the schools right throughout the country, into every church in the country. The institutes are already there. Let's get into those systems and get into immunizing our children. We must protect our waterways. Minister Forest, all water will dry tete, because the buffer zones that were not supposed to be cut down have been cut down today. Waters are running dry. As I was driving from above down, I was surprised that logging areas have gone right into the river systems. And those river systems will run dry because we have attacked their protection. We must protect our forests for tomorrow's purpose. Mr. Speaker, let me finish by putting this to this House. Our customs and traditions are being eroded. Being eroded very, very fast with modern technology. We must allow our tumbuna passing traditions and customs to be passed down to our young people today. These are very important for us. I stand in here to support those speakers who have spoke before me, like Sir Puka, Honorable Gary Jufa, Governor of Oro, and others who have spoken before me, that this report must be adopted and seriously adopted by this House. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Governor Pakop and your committee for a job well done. Thank you. Now, I think now you may look in, Mr. Speaker. Plenty of committee, all operate, all work in good work. Now, me like encourage you on our committee as well, that such reports that bring benefit to this House must be brought and presented to this House so that you can debate also. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, I too want to contribute to this very important debate. Firstly, I'd like to commend the committee led by the good Governor, the Honourable Pauas Pakop, for outstanding work on a topic that is so important to the future of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, my contribution will be short. I take note of all other honourable leaders that have contributed to the debate and raised some extremely important issues. Two that really stand out, Mr. Acting Speaker, is if we don't address the issue of our children now, for the next 50 years, we risk not having a country. It's just, that's how critical this whole issue is. We've been talking about the youth bulge, about how 60% of the current population is over the age of 18. They have no jobs, they're unemployed. They're presenting a huge challenge on social amenities, on communities throughout the country. rural districts, peri-urban parts of the city, in the city. We can see it everywhere. And now the committee has presented their findings on our children. Mr. Acting Speaker, every time the honourable leaders leave Parliament, go back to the districts or go home, they're interacting with their children who might be there, might be in school. They're talking, they understand that they are fathers, they're uncles, they're grandfathers. And we have to extend that scope to think about all the other children that are also in the country and their future. Because there's just only 118 of us here right now, give or take a few numbers, and we're not producing enough kids to form a country if we don't promote the whole idea of equity. And coming back to some of the key points that were raised, Mr. Acting Speaker, by the other, my learned colleagues, about the fact that the decisions that are made in Waigani aren't trickling down to the district and provincial levels. So when I'm looking at the executive government, Acting Speaker, the Prime Minister, NEC, and all the ministers of cabinet, why haven't we addressed this issue, the paradox of a country so rich, endowed with all these natural resources, yet so poor, Acting Speaker? With all this knowledge, with all these skills, with all this experience, the composition of the executive government, all the ministers of state, why are we still talking about these issues? That shouldn't be an issue. In 2026, in modern Papua New Guinea, 50 years of independence. We've been sleeping, Mr. Acting Speaker. We've just been sleeping. It's not a resource problem. It's not a policy problem. It's a management problem. We're making decisions in Waigani, and these decisions aren't degenerating to work at the district and provincial level, Acting Speaker. The system is not working, and we haven't spent enough time applying introspection to really critically evaluate the root cause. Why isn't it working? Who's not performing? And this has to happen. It's never too late. We still have 9-10 months before we go to the national general elections. The Prime Minister boldly made a decision to reshuffle cabinet. He made some changes. Now it's time to get to work. This is the expectation, Acting Speaker. We have to manage by objective. We've just been talking too much. Talk. Na talk, kilim yumia, please. Na yumi mauswara tutumas. And in the process, Mr. Acting Speaker, I can't see a future where, and I can't accept it, that we will allow our children to grow up without a hope for a future where they will be intelligent, they will have opportunity, they will own assets, they will be wealthy, they will be safe. Vision 2050 still stands, Mr. Speaker, and it's incumbent on this House, and especially the executive government, to bring it to reality. Samblol Minister, time Prime Minister, to come up Minister, you must talk no. Me no one come up Minister. The demands are too high. Work me no pinablo make him. We've just succumbed to the politics, Mr. Acting Speaker. Na mibla make him go na. Now country am stop lo crossroad. Me talk thank you, Lord Chairman, Governor Power Spakop and his committee for bringing this report to give us a strong kick or on the backside to just say that it is time to take some action for the future of the country. And that future is our children. They're so fragile, they're so important, they're so delicate, and they demand our best, Acting Speaker. With that, Acting Speaker, that is my contribution to the debate. I highly commend this report, and I strongly ask the Prime Minister and other honourable leaders that we wholly adopt the recommendations and we start to implement them forthwith. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Member of Warrior.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I also wish to contribute to this debate as one of the committee members of this Special Parliamentary Committee. Okay, firstly, I would like to commend my chairman and the governor for NCD, for not also the chairman of this committee, but also the chairman of Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Committee too. So governor has done so well in both parliamentary committees and president report, and I truly appreciate his level of wisdom and leadership in directing special committees, especially in women and now with children and youth. So I think the main issue from the report, if you can read it, if you read it truly, you will find that it's not really on policy. We have the policy, we have the legislations, and it's just that it's on implementation of those policies and legislations. That is the biggest issue in this report. And not only on this report, but on all parliamentary reports, is the implementation. And I think, Governor Jufa mentioned rightly the 1995 reforms that affect us. What I believe is us, the parliamentarians. When we were elected into the parliament to make decisions and recommendations in this house. Now, there are several decisions that there's several pathways that we make decisions. And one of those pathways is through parliamentary committees, that we bring the recommendation into the floor of parliament. Other pathways through debates, grievance debate, questions without notice. Those are the pathways that we bring our reports and concerns into the floor of parliament. Now, how is our concerns being addressed at the executive level? It's our concern now. It's become implementation now. All the report, this parliament has presented and previous parliament has also presented to this floor of parliament. And when the parliamentary committees went out to get information, to conduct inquiries from people, from public, they collect this information, bind them together, make recommendations out of those information they collect. And those are the information, those are the recommendations by the people to their house, which we leaders are supposed to be implementing it. Now, we leaders will not go and do implementation. The implementation parts of this government, this parliament is with the ministers. All ministers, all this report, all present him. These reports they present. Suppose you know at one block work or you know how work blue. This report can tell you what to do. This parliamentary report has something about health, has something about education, has something about law and order, has something about youth. All there is something, one department, all there is stuff, all there is parliamentary report. Not only on this committee report, but from previous other committees too. My committee as well. The secretaries of the departments do not sit in this parliament. The advisors do not sit in this parliament. We ministers, we sit in this parliament. We members and we ministers sit in this parliament. So time all president report lo parliament, you minister sim na go gim lo secretary blue. Togim lo redeem na implement him also something. All the time people come present him na adopt him stuff. Em report here ino blo mibla lugim na lusum lo ya. You bla lugim na kare mi go na give more secretary bla conducting meeting if discussing on these reports. My good ministers, this is a report in the parliament. They must go to all go to department bla. Mibla no come wasting time na talk na. All grievance debate mibla raising all same issues. Question and answer say same questions. We need you ministers to take this important reports, in this report seriously. When we went out and conduct meetings, Mr. Go, as a chairman, Mr. God also, I represent the parliament. I'm conducting another sub-parliament year committee inquiry. Time all talk me karo na president you ministers you sim report you go na talk one time all secretary na make him all one recommendation work. That is the concern I raised. So my good chairman is working report belong gender equity and women's empowerment finish. Me working belong communications finish. Some other chairmen are doing that already. Now we public accounts are doing it. We conduct those meetings. We want implementation to be done. I think we need to review the act of the parliamentary committee so that we can summon them on ministers to law, this committee blow, hearing blah. Okay, the cost numbers, you go to statistics, the cost of the consequences, the human cost of not implementing is now shown on this report, the human cost. 48% of immunization, children are 48%. That means 52% of children are not immunized. That's the human cost of not implementing a policy. 48 almost 100 beginning step 48 or some suit immunization na 52 all no suit. Human cost of not implementing a policy, not implementing those reports. Narapla. 48% standing. That means 52% they will not reach their full potential. That's another human cost. Me put on number man human being am suffer. You think him? You know one machine or car or road or understand? Man human being am suffer 52%. %13% are registered. That means 87% we are not accounted for. 87%. That's more than 50%. That's the human cost of failure of implementation. Who implements? The public service missionary do the implementation. We are the policy makers. Narapla, 25% have access to water. Another 75% of human beings in Papua New Guinea do not have access to clean, fresh water. That's just no number. Human beings are suffering. So I want to stress the importance of those reports and appeal to the implementators. We have to track, and I want to thank our development partners at the Parliamentary Committee Secretariat that we have tracked, they have developed a system to track all those recommendations. So we will do it our business, all the chairmen appeal to us, let's do it our business to make sure that we track on those recommendations. Now it will be on a parliamentary website, and we track those recommendations. We make sure that our people's concerns have been tracked and implemented. So only implement them, you find why only implement them. We need to correct those systems. Mr. Assistant Speaker, thank you. To finally, one concern law, this report, regarding village health assistant policy. Now, I think some plan the Papua New Guineans we plus our you no come up sick. Help straight. Or some line lo plus. All LB mama bibla na karem jubla. all midwives, untrained but all helping mama, papa, blipla, nakarem, yupla, yupla, yumisambla. We have village health assistants, volunteers. They are working in our villages. They time presence lo government or staff, all staff here. All staff. All staff na time why can no reach him all line all the line all staff. All village health volunteers na all yet come up with all yet mipla give name of Dr. Boy all come up with all yet volunteer and all work staff health. And we need to have a policy for them. We need to have a policy for them, and through that policy, there will be training and there will be other things to help them. Why can we cannot reach out? This la PHA, I'm not go yet, I'm not go to place yet. I'm not reaching online to place yet. Lo mi lo morbo, I'm not reaching me yet. Lo wawarea. So I appeal to the new Minister of Acting Assistant Speaker through you to the new Minister of Health, make it your priority to have that policy, village health assistant policy in place so we can formalize them into the health structure. That's the point that I want to support this report on, support the recommendation. And finally, I would like to comment and comment the Parliament to adopt this report, and hopefully it will be get implemented. Thank you.
Governor Pacific.
Mr. Acting Assistant Speaker. Me sanap ta solong strong him talk where chairman ni kam na I provide him na mi look long page 37 long report na mi ama mas long looking all recommendations. Me don't have dwell too much long all failures. I think the failures we all know. The question is how to solve them. And it's interesting that this morning for the first time I heard a governor in the Pangu caucus actually speak about block grants. I've been talking about block grants for such a long time that it's almost becoming a swear word, Mr. Assistant Speaker. When I look at the recommendations in this report, and again, my commendations to the committee for the fine work it has done, and I have to say that in my province, these are the things we've been tackling for the last 9 years. And many times issues arise, like for example, the issue of data driving decision making. That's on page 37. It's interesting that the parliamentary report mentions this. Many times in Parliament, we make decisions in the absence of data. We make decisions based on how we feel, and therefore we've got nothing to measure the implementation against. And if you will recall my criticism of the Prime Minister's desktop report on the performance of the government, it was essentially based on the fact that they were not measuring against anything. And this then cascades down, and it comes back to, what is the logical framework we use to manage our country? And it comes back to things like Vision 2050. It comes back to things like the medium-term development plans. The medium-term development plans are so critical, not just to this government, but to any government. And for those who want to understand the reason behind the planning framework that the Department of National Planning manages, and a lot of these things are already there. For instance, you've got the planning framework. You've also got the minimum service delivery requirements set out for provinces, for districts, for local level governments, all the way down to ward level. And those minimum requirements are actually managed by the Department of National Planning. And they've been managed by the Department of National Planning for at least the last 15 years. What happens is that those minimum standards do not feed into DDA decision making. They do not feed into national government decision making, because if they did, it would impact on the medium-term development plan outcomes, Mr. Speaker. For example, under the leadership of the former Minister for Planning, Mr. Charles Abel, in about 2014 or 2015, the O'Neill government made an adjustment to align the medium-term development plans with every successive government coming in. And so when the Pangu government came in 2022, a medium-term development plan was launched by this government. Now, these issues we are discussing here, if you go and look at the medium-term development plan launched by the Pangu government, all of these things are actually in the medium-term development plan 4. Now, the question is, who was implementing those things? Who was being held accountable? We know that everyone's been spending money, but no one is being held accountable to produce these results. Now we pick up this report that points out all of the gaps. MIPLA spending record budget after record budget. Now this record budget, I mean, not change him. In fact, the data shows that it's gotten worse, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm happy to see this report. When I look at the recommendations under 4.5, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major recommendations. These recommendations suggest that you have a system failure. You have a system that is disconnected. So, all get a delivery way, all member yoklo wokim lol DDA blongol, they are not connected to any high-level delivery in the medium-term development plan 4. Stop. All member yoklo wokim project lo like blol. And that's not a criticism, I'm stating a fact. Because if you are going to have a whole-of-government approach, the whole-of-government approach is contained in the medium-term development plan. Deliberately, by design. The design is already there, but subsequent governments are ignoring how our state is designed and how it's supposed to deliver these things, Mr. Speaker. I'm not surprised that strengthening governance and accountability is number 1. I'm not surprised at all. That's their number 1 recommendation on how to fix these things. Accelerate community-based primary health care. Mr. Speaker, things like water supplies. ECP provincial government implementing one clean water program in 2018 year to come, recognizing that clean water supplies, and we've had no help from national government, no help from donors, we've been doing it ourselves. And we are trying to provide clean water as much as we can with the very limited resources that we have. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you are running a system, the parts of the system it's like a gear. One plug cog and by meeting narpla cog and by spinning narpla gear. We don't have that in the country. Whatever is happening in isolation. Everybody is doing their own initiatives, and these initiatives are not adding to the total country outcome. Unfortunately, sadly, when I proposed the block grant model a few years ago, it came with a system on how to manage performance. What's lacking is a performance management system for the country. However, if you look inside the medium-term development plan, there's a performance management framework in the plan. I'm not sure if anybody uses it or not. All right? To take it a little bit further, if you are going to manage a system, you need people in charge of the different points in the system so you can go back and measure how they are performing. It's not just accountability, it's measurement as well that needs to go into all of this. So I've always suggested, Mr. Speaker, the best way to manage performance is to push it down to the coalface. Where is the coalface? And I've made this argument before. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the ECP provincial government budget, the amount of money that we control, and this also has implications on Bougainville. How much of, and some of us are interested in this autonomy model. Has autonomy actually worked? Like, what were the Bougainvilleans actually in charge of? There was one time when the Honorable Semoso was asking a question, and I raised a point of order on this floor, Mr. Speaker. When I'm something straight underneath the autonomy, and will Bougainvilleans is responsible long. Because I'm sure that 80% of their budget, they are line items, budgets controlled by Treasury here in Waigani. One kind also ECPIC, where 90% of our budget is actually controlled by Waigani. We only have a say on the DSIP and the PSIP on where we apply it, which is about 70 million a year. And then the internal revenue that we get, which is about 50 million a year. So if you look at the total ECPIC budget, the provincial member plus the open members of ECPIC, we only control about 0.3% of our budget. 0.3. So more than 80% of the Papua New Guinean budget is controlled here in Waigani under the ministries. How do you then hold the districts and the provinces for performance when the majority of the money is spent by Waigani and their performance is not measured against the delivery that's supposed to happen in our provinces? Exactly like the argument that Governor Blong, Western Province, he raised him now morning. Now Governor Blong, West New Britain, he raised him now morning too. The question is, are we going to continue to look at these problems and have the same arguments year after year without changing the approach to delivery? Or by me tok taso? I suggested the block grant model because the United States uses it, Australia uses it, China uses it, India uses it. And here's the interesting thing. China and India got their independence after the Second World War. So they were not independent for more than, say, they're not even 100 years old yet, these two countries. And what did they do? They studied the Australian model and they adopted the Australian model. And it's working really well in India, and it's working really well in China. MIPLA, we were gifted the Australian model in 1975. And for some reason, it's not working well here. And I've been saying it from day one. The reason is, if you give 0.3% of the budget to a province, you are expecting a 0.3% performance. If you leave 80% of the budget with the national agencies, which comes under your ministers, then you are responsible for 80% of the performance of this country. Now, if you cannot get the 80%, then you are expecting provinces and districts to deliver on their measly 0.1, 0.2%, then you are going to end up with some of the numbers that I just had the good member for Warrior mentioning, 48%, all of these numbers that are way below world standards. So I'm suggesting that the system needs to be realigned. If you go to Canberra, by you looking more some Canberra, won't legally get administration that's all stop. When you go to Sydney, you go to New South Wales, you go to, and plenty blue plus I go around watching rugby close to him, you plus I go na look him, yeah? You plus I go look him rugby, or you plus I go study him system belong all Australians. You need to understand why their systems are working. Don't just go and look at the rugby, look at the system. Rugby, you can watch him on TV, a system no stop on TV. If you understand that the system works because it is financed, as Governor Powie keeps saying, finance it. Don't just finance it, go down and check it. These are the things that are missing, Mr. Speaker. And to go to the point raised by some of our honorable leaders in this House, by you me talk to us all na, no gat man by take note na try no senisim. I will remain critical of any government front bench because the front bench controls 80% of the resources of this country. 20% as well as scaling go down all provinces. And even then, they still control 90% of the expenditure of a province. All get a province by stable saying, baby, na drink susul or waigani, na you by feed him, or are you going to empower them, hold them responsible for delivering the accounts, the performance, So when they deliver the performance, you can come down and measure it. Set performance targets for all the provinces. What is the infant mortality rate? One province we got big problem long infant mortality. Malaria, set him. Water, which provinces are lacking clean water supplies? Okay, what do we do to attack that? If it's literacy, for example, in ECPIC, I know that 55% of my children are not even getting a pass mark. Also fail because they are scoring below 49% in their exams. I know that about my province. So I am trying hard to improve the education system so that if there are children going to be failing in my province, at least it's not 55%. Me like him also 80 or 90% long all pingin in ECPIC. Only must kiss him good play education na kami go na ino can fail lo namel. Now every province already has a measurement of whether it's 55%, whether it's 60%, 70%. You got Pinis education department only stop. They know how many children are failing in your provinces, just like they do in mine. All get the data is stop. That data needs to be used. That data needs to be then disaggregated. Bruki mi go down low. One more province where there's a lot of problem is start here. Stop long. If it's a stunting nutrition issue, where? How do we improve it? Do we need to go down and teach our people to grow better food? Do they need to grow legumes like peanuts, beans, and such kind? Nari stop. I visited Nari a couple of months ago, and me collecting all seed bean lo Nari. Beans that I've never seen before. Only got to stop. We hardly use Nari with all of their research and everything else. So, Mr. Speaker, suppose you me serious lo this law recommendations where stop lo yeah. Me hope also this law recommendations yeah. All by impacting all system where supposed to deliver all this law results where now you me harim. Chemeni come na deliver him lo yeah. Otherwise, and by me make him nice plan talk. You me harim, you me yet, you me congratulate him, you me one plan arbla. Now tomorrow, have tomorrow, it's still the same story. Out in our villages, out in our districts, out in our provinces. Something needs to change. And I challenge you, some you all front bench block government, all NEC members. You plus are sit down now. You plus are discussing all contracts, now awarding contracts, now this like or something. I think you need to spend a little more time considering how we can improve our systems. And then maybe a ministerial committee or I don't know how you want to do it, but come back and take a look at where the failure is. It's a systematic failure. While some of us are trying to do little things here and there, or trying to straighten all area inside or district or province, the fact is we are not aggregating the data at a national scale. That's why I mean come up report block government. If you move to a block grant system, then under a block grant system, you can set your minimum threshold for one kind of achievement you like him low, but this low data now you may have him low here, yeah. And you task the provinces and the districts to solve them. And then you go down and measuring performance because if 20 provinces are doing well, that data will show at the national level. There's no point just carrying data here now. We are not able to disaggregate it and identify where the very serious issues are and then tackling them right at where they are. So if the problem is in civic, let's deal with it. If you know, five provinces have very serious issues in a particular area, let's deal with it. I have never seen a WASH program being delivered in my province, apart from the one that provincial government is. And we are still doing it, and we are going to continue to do it. So one day more Desla talk me make him. I mean no criticism. And I mean no criticism lo one man. What we need is for the government front bench to lead the effort. Mibla olgata and back bench also mibla bilas tasol blo parliament. One them something because big bla money am stop one them all ministers, one them all department belong all na, one them front bench block government. So time only go putting money works come up. So only no putting money, but honey back na to you use him DSIP na PSIP lo work him. Na under need lo PSIP na DSIP, oh got something mibla need lo work him. I've got the magistrates coming to me and they want help. I've got CIS coming to me, they need help. I got the defense force in ECPIC that we have to put into the national budget. National government responsibilities. But they are in my province. Namibia got legal budget there. ECPIC is one of the poorest provinces in terms of its cash and its size. We are bigger than Fiji. But, you know, Mibla still trying best na stuff. And meanwhile, the people that spend the most money, some departments have more money than my province. Some districts get more money than my province, Mr. Speaker. So how are we supposed to deliver on some of these things if you guys are not going to, as Governor Powie says, function is stop, we put in money, Lord Desla function. And then come down and measure in performance after you put the money to figure out if it's worked or not. Contribution, Blomi Lord Desla report. Now I want to commend Governor Pakop and your team for a job well done. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The question is not a question we put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those not in favor say no. Leader of Government Business. The report be adopted. Aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Minister for Public Service. Minister for Public Service.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, pursuant to statute, I present the annual management report for the Department of Special Management ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to make a statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Mr. Minister, make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present to this Honorable House a brief statement on the annual management report of the Department of Special Management for the year 2025. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this report is presented in accordance with Section 32 of the Public Service Management Act of 1995, that agency heads shall, by 31st December in each year, prepare a report on the attainment of planned objectives and produce such further reports to National Executive Council and further to Parliament. This report provides statistical and narrative reporting on the functions performed by the Department of Special Management and details the progress and key achievements in 2025. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the key achievements for the year 2025, I wish to report on the floor of Parliament some achievements for the year 2025. Notable achievements resulting from the implementation of the 4 key result areas under the Ministry of Public Service, the Department's KRS, Government Directives and Corporate Plan 2023 to 2027 were: 1. Public service housing policy, especially the Bomana portion 1212, earmarked for lower level public servants. Since the launch and groundbreaking ceremony by the Deputy Prime Minister Honorable John Rosso in September 2023, up to now, the following have been achieved. Portion 1212 has been split into 2 portions. Portion 5747 for the general public servants and portion 5746 for the correctional service officers. A. B. 2 separate certificate authorizing occupancy or CAO is expected to be issued to the Department of Special Management and on behalf of the state and to correctional services. This will allow application to the Land Board for a special purpose list title. This project will apply to public servants in NCD only. About 1,000 house titles to be created for both general public servants and correctional service officers. In 2026, the master plan on housing typologies and subdivision plan will be submitted for NCDC approval, including the design and documentation plans, market sounding to secure investors to construct houses, both institutional and home ownership, and also the construction of trunk infrastructure. And completion of homes is scheduled for 2027 based on funding availability to complete the remaining milestones. Achievement number 2, public service, medical and life insurance policy. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in my first report, I reported the achievements of this policy since 2023, which included regional awareness conducted in 2024, completion of the service provider onboarding and admin portal, completion and testing of the claims management system, completion of the internal claims processing interface, configuration of the contribution premium rate in the payroll system, client service center at the ground floor of the central government office awaiting in ICT setup. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this is an important initiative and policy that will benefit our public servants and their families, and it is important that this policy is rolled out and implemented as soon as possible. For this to be implemented, the government is calling on the number 1 Super Limited to come in as an important partner to support the implementation of this medical insurance, as public servants are the major contributors to the fund. And how can national NSL come to assist? 3 achievements, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is on the payroll. Public service payroll upgrade and status of any citizen to transfer payroll functions from the Department of Finance to Department of Special Management. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in 2025 marked the constructural repositioning of payroll governance in Papua New Guinea, transitioning from fragmented oversight to centralized, data-driven, physically aligned payroll control under the Public Service Payroll Office. The following have been achieved so far: institutional establishment and governance, optimization operational of the Public Service Payroll Office under the Department of Special Management, implementation groundwork for NECDC number 302 of 2024, formal transfer of payroll monitoring, processing, and configuration functions from the Department of Finance to Department of Special Management, establishment of payroll governance and oversight framework, creation of structural reporting lines between payroll processing, payroll monitoring, and payroll compliance. Whole of government payroll monitoring strategy, fortnightly monitoring model, formalization of interagency collaboration, DPM finance, treasury, planning, draft master service agreement for both service providers, Dayforce and GT Tech ICT, draft sent to the Office of Solicitor General for legal opinion and advice. That was done in 2025, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Office space and readiness. Office space in the ground floor, on the ground floor, Tower B confirmed for occupancy in August 2025. payroll office local area network installed and configured, workstations installed and configured, 30 machines purchased for all staff installed and configured in workstations, network printer purchased, installed and configured, payroll monitoring and expenditure control, introduction of personal emoluments, PE, tracking and monitoring before pay releases, strengthening of payroll threshold reporting, negative pays, excess payments, and duplicate payments, reconfiguration of whole of government unattached offices and commencement of fortnightly monitoring of unattached employees register. Just on this note, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for the information of everyone, by the end of this year, all unattached officers will be automatically put off the payroll by the system itself. Improved visibility of wage bill trends across 150,000 plus public servants, alignment of payroll governance with Treasury fiscal sustainability framework. These are very important, Mr. Assistant Speaker, because some agencies, when they don't get the appropriation for manpower for the year, they run short within the year. Customized report for whole of government, ward codes, monitoring and cleansing, development of fiscal amendments, personal amendments monitoring, PE, dashboard framework, component 4. I think some governors and some ministers have access to this dashboard. Digital HR transformation, technical milestones, commencement of VSN upgrade project, asking the payroll pay HR system, version 12 to version 25. Upgrade planning for Oracle database, 11G to 19C. That's operational system, migration, application modernization, progress of HR workflow automation, termination calculator, contracts management, leave management automation, completion of data cleansing of PNG Defense Force as a blueprint, configuration, position, employee, biodata, employee occupancy, leave, and so on. Operationalization and official launch of GO3 e-recruitment pilot automation of general orders. Preparatory groundwork for General Order 13, salaries and allowances, and General Order 14, leave entitlements. A framework for a system configuration of salary structures implemented for PNG Defense Force and whole of government CPI increases. Infrastructure and hosting, Mr. Assistant Speaker, initiated infrastructure cut-over planning from GTTech Finance Environment to GTTech DPM Environment. NPC approval for single source procurement application, GTTech ICT Limited and Dayforce Australia. Receipt of the ICT infrastructure audit into the Digitech ICT Limited, hosting infrastructure, data center, and pending issuance of certificate of compliance. Legal clearance processes commence with Office of the State Solicitor, Office of State Solicitor, that's for the master access users. And Mr. Assistant Speaker, development of transition roadmap for full custodianship of payroll system under the Department of Personnel Management. Workforce and transition management, structural transition plan for payroll, processing and monitoring staff movement from finance to DPM, application for review of STMA assessment framework for critical payroll technical staff, retention strategy designed to safeguard payroll continuity for the 150,000 plus employees. Establishment of payroll governance and oversight help desk, capacity building sessions conducted for payroll monitoring teams, training of payroll processing for team leaders and PNG Defence Force payroll personnel in preparation of the PNG Defence Force pay group separation. Data governance and integrity improvements, strengthen controls on position data validation, leave balances, salary configuration, organizational structures, enhance audit trials without payroll configuration, reduction of payroll anomalies through proactive monitoring, customized payroll monitoring reports being used to monitor PNG Defence Force and also whole of government. Stakeholder and strategic alignment. Alignment of PSO operations with digital HR transition, program 2025 to 2027, MTDV4, HR development strategy plan 2020 to 2050, Digital Government Act of 2022, integration of Treasury fiscal oversight within payroll reform governance, strengthen project steering committee participation, DPM, Finance, Treasury, and Department of National Planning. Public service retirement exercise, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Assistant Speaker, in 2025 alone, 34 million kina was allocated to retire 495 public servants. From 40 agencies from 40 agencies, sorry. In 2026, a further 1,650 public servants will be retired at an estimated cost of 130 million kina. Since 2019, a total of 3,635 public servants have been officially retired at a total cost of 245 million kina up to the end of 2025. Additionally, since 2019, the state has paid over 200 million as the superannuation component, which is 8.4% state share for those retirees. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the retirement strategy over the last 5 years, in line with the government's decision, will come to an end at the end of this year. In 2027 onwards, all government agencies will budget for their own retirees in the budget plans and manage their own manpower as part of the workforce planning. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I want to take this time to thank the Mara Barroso government for giving this retirement exercise a priority since taking office in 2019. This has really helped in cleansing the system by paying out the retirees who deserve that exit and ensuring that the vacancies in key essential sectors like discipline forces, education, and health are available for the new recruits. The result area for 5 achievement, number 5 is the return of HR powers to agencies. For this, Mr. Assistant Speaker, we want to governors and ministers to take note of this. On December 2023, the Secretary for the Department of Personnel Management successfully released HR powers to all agencies, and these powers become effective on 2nd January 2024. These powers are in the areas of creation of offices, recruitment, appointment and promotions, contract employment, training, discipline, resignation, and retirement. Up to now, we have 7 agencies with HR powers still withheld with the Department of Personnel Management. These agencies are Southern Highlands Provincial Administration, Western Highlands Provincial Administration, New Island Provincial Administration, Central Provincial Administration, Simbu Provincial Administration, Jiwaka Provincial Administration, and Hela Provincial Administration. 3 agencies were recently given the HR powers after successfully fulfilling the HR audit requirements, and they include Meding Provincial Administration, Western Provincial Administration, and Oro Provincial Administration. It is important, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that the outstanding provincial administrations comply with HR audit findings and implement them accordingly before HR powers are given. Mr. Assistant Speaker, finally, in November 2025, the Public Service e-recruitment system was launched, and the Department of Personnel Management was used as a pilot agency to trial the system. The system was reviewed again in early 2026 and will soon be rolled out for all agencies to use. Additionally, any agency has e-recruitment online system, any agency has e-recruitment online system was also developed and is ready to be used in due course. And I am happy to say, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that my department will not be receiving any more paper applications and any more for executive positions. Mr. Assistant Speaker, applicants will now be able to apply online and launch the applications with 5 executive positions will now be piloted as departmental heads who will now be applying online and no longer using any more paper applications. Mr. Assistant Speaker, these are the major achievements in 2025 for the Department of Personnel Management, and I commend the 2025 Annual Management Report for the Department of Personnel Management to this Honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present the report.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I want to move that Parliament take note of the Minister's statement on Department of Personnel Management's 2025 annual report, and I want to make a statement in support. Mr. Assistant Speaker, we commend him, Minister Blong Public Service, for his exemplary leadership. You may now start Blong July 2026. Minister of Public Service, Department, and me lead him all get a public servants law country believe me. And me lead by example, submit him annual report belong Department Block N, come inside on time. It's a wonderful commendation, personally to his own leadership. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I know the Honorable Joe Sungi in my early days as a mid-line public servant working in Guinea for 1 or 2 years before I decided to go for politics. The Honorable Sungi was an exemplary provincial administrator. There was himself, there was Henry from Millen Bay, there was Tubad from East New Britain, there was Manasupe from Morobe, a few giants of public service who was serving distinctively in the provinces. And I want to commend Mr. Sungi, Honorable Sungi, for bringing that ethics into the public service work. Our country has lost and policies that could be stacked up to the moon and come back. It's really us getting to work and make it happen that matters for our children and the future of our country. If I could combine this statement in reply to Minister's statement with the earlier paper also, if we all work wherever we are placed, whether at the district as chairman of district development authorities, or province as governors of the provinces, for ministers, as ministers of portfolios, or myself, as Prime Minister coordinating all our work, if all of us work, many milestones could have been moved or reached, and statistics could show better than where we are at present. But to the children of our country who are listening in, and others, that some work has happened, but not to the pace and speed that we all would have wanted. Hence, this Parliament continues to be at work. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I want to also place on record, and I've served 2 governments before my own government, since 2007 or 2008 when I was brought into cabinet. I am not to chest beat, but to place on record that under this administration, we have supported the work of Parliamentary Committee like never before. The Parliamentary Committee is an important function of our democracy. Parliament is not the national executive government. Parliament is the people's voice and people's house. Whilst the national executive government is sourced from the Parliament and an executive arm is created, but in my considered view, and I stand to be corrected in terms of the spirit of our Constitution, but I think that Parliament has one edge higher than the executive government. And to myself and to all portfolio holders, when the parliamentary reports are presented, then we are counselled, or we take cue, or we are directed to act upon these recommendations that come in, and to check and measure on where we are functioning. So the last 7 years, we've tried to empower the role of parliamentary committees. That's why this government we have all the numbers to remove, for instance, the chairman of the election committee, the honorable member for East Sepik. We could remove him from that committee anytime we want to, because of numbers on our side. But we choose not to remove him from this committee, simply on the basis that an alternate voice or eyes into key work that is needed for our country must be filled by people who could, leaders who could then look into what's happening and advise accordingly. So he still maintains his role as chair of the bipartisan committee on the permanent parliamentary committee on elections. I gave a commitment and undertaking that that committee will have a role to also just to see and witness the government's assistance to Electoral Commission as we prepare for elections 2027. That committee, or this committee, Governor Pakov has just presented a committee on women and children of our country. Good pointers for us who are in the executive government to assist to alleviate the burdens and problems we have. As we face our 51st year in September 16 this year, I want to encourage all of us to work where we can. Some statistics of our country compels us to work harder and report on work that we have done, just like the Public Service Minister is now doing, rest of us in Cabinet, rest of us in government, and also provinces and districts. The organic law on provincial and local level government, I cannot recollect the section, but it compels that by 30th, and Minister Sungi is telling me, section 119, by 30th of each June, all provincial governments, whether it's, I don't think it's the governors, but provincial administrators, you are compelled to report on what you have done. It's not just a financial reporting, but actually on the work that you've done, so that we all in the system picks up. You've received this much funding, you're at work, and you've reported, so the minister concerned can then aggregate or compile all these reports into a whole of government or whole of provincial government report to the country 31st, by the time 31st of December closed in a financial year. These are all laws already in place, but we are not, seems to be working within the spirit and operation of these laws. Our country, 58%, I am reading through a report right now, this report by World Bank on agri-food system transformation in Papua New Guinea, just released in June. One of the statistics I picked from this report says 58% of Papua New Guinea is under the age of 25. 58% of Papua New Guinea under the age of 25. So as leaders of our country, this should signal to us an urgency of work that we must all do in our different layers and areas of responsibilities we have. Of that, we also have the statistics where 85% of Papua New Guinea are in the rural areas. And it leads on to what Chairman Governor Pakop has alluded to in some of the statistics. And I just want to ask all of us in conclusion, wherever we are, we must work. National government alone will not work. National government is the policy setter. And we try our best to allocate resources equitably and equally right across. Our best structure to equally distribute resources is the DDAs and provincial government systems we have. The last 7 years, we've given over 10 billion kina, just at the average calculation of 10 million kina each to the 118 districts, plus a little bit more if I could throw in a little bit, say 5 million kina each extra. Then at just a label, DSIP, PSIP, the last 7 years, over 10 billion kina of debt has passed through, not to mention other PIPs, other recurrents like TFF, or money that provincial health authorities have received. Unfortunately, provincial health authority, for instance, is one of the weakest, combined right across, one of the weakest body of public service who do not report, just like Department of Personal Management is reporting. Apparently another group, and I said earlier, the provincial administrators don't report, and I know my brother, Governor for Oro, asked Plasma and provincial local level government department to check. But I ask, if we check, are you going to report? Checking is one thing, but you're on the ground to report up. Are you going to report? It is you who must initiate the report and submit. So I want to point to all of us as leaders as we stand right in the face of moving out of our 50th to our 51st year. It's a proposition, it's a view that is, and I can't find the words to describe this. We're not reporting on funds we received. In 2018, when I was the finance minister, the total quantum of budget for our country did not go past 17 billion kina. Last year, the funds of our country budget would have gone past 25, 26, if not 27 billion kina. Final budget outcome that Opposition Leader, you ask a relevant question, when the treasurer does reply, you will see actually threshold of expenditure in 2025. 2026, we are operating at 30 billion kina budget. Now this goes to all Section 32 officers. Elected leaders, we sit as chair of DDA or chair of PEC, or we hold portfolios in our departments. But the actual Section 32 officers are department heads, provincial administrators, district CEOs. And I want to point to all public service heads and agency heads. If your leading department that employs you, the public service department, the Department of Personal Management, is now up to date in reporting on 2025 report, I beg to ask, what is it you're doing out there? And so come next week, Monday, I have asked those who have not reported for last year, do yourself a favor, you leave offices. You leave offices. In the national interest, to set the example, if I am asked to be hard on my ministers, who are not Section 32 officers, then to all Section 32 officers. Some are serial offenders. They are qualified by their CVs, they apply, and so the process, DPM, PSC, and then Cabinet is fed the 3 shortlists. Right now for provincial administrators, you governors will be selecting them or appointing them. So you are qualified to have lodged in your application in the first instance, Mr. Assistant Speaker. And you know very well, one of the requirements of you doing your job is to report on what you've done the previous year. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Assistant Speaker, I want to conclude by appointing Public Service Minister, Department of Personal Management as an example of work that is being done correctly. You don't only report on funds, but you report on work you've done, including personal management. And if you have not reported, please do your country, do yourself a favor by leaving offices next week, because Cabinet on Monday will take in a paper that will call for, in the national interest, those who have not reported to leave office. And of governors of provinces, as we ask your administrator too, I hope you have the audacity and comfort to know that you ask for more powers, and which is doing the right thing, your administrator has not reported. It's a two-way street. It's a tango that we must all engage in. We want to do the right thing for our country. Sometimes, you know, if people like me are not ashamed to take blames and point to where it matters most, then all of us must accept that key people in our midst, the Section 32 officers, are not reporting like Secretary Tai Sanson and the department under Minister Sungi. Let's get to work, Mr. Speaker. Commendations to the Department of Personal Management. Commendations to Minister Sungi. The rest of us, let's step up the game. Thank you.
The question is that question will be put. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Minister for Community Development.
Acting Speaker, pursuant to statutes, I present the annual performance report of the National Office of Child and Family Services for the year 2025.
Take your speech.
Is the leave granted?
No, I seek leave.
I seek leave to make a statement.
Is leave granted? Mr. Minister, make your speech.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to present to this Honourable House the 2025 Annual Performance Report of the National Office of Child and Family Services in accordance with the Lookout in Piccaninny Act 2015 and the government ongoing commitment to protect and promote the welfare of children in Papua New Guinea. This report outlines the progress made in implementing the National Office of Child and Family Services Corporate Plan 2025 to 2027, the Annual Operating Plan 2025, and the National Child Protection Policy 2017 to 2027, all aligned to our national vision that no child in Papua New Guinea should be left behind. Assistant Speaker, the Office of the Child and Family Service is a statutory body mandated to coordinate and strengthen our national child protection system. Its work is critical in safeguarding children from abuse, neglect, exploitation, violence, while promoting their holistic development and strengthening the family well-being across our nation. The Office operates within a broader institutional framework established under the Lookout in Piccaninny Act, which include the national, provincial, and district structures, as well as child protection system and services that are essential to deliver timely and effective interventions. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in 2025, the National Office of Child and Family Service achieved significant milestone despite resources and capacity constraints. Key highlights include the successful establishment of the National Office as a statutory authority within an approved staffing structure, the revival of the National Child and Family Service Council, which met 3 times to provide policy directions and oversight, progress in decentralizing child protection service, with Provincial Child and Family Service Council established in Enga, Morobe, and consultations undertaken in other 12 provinces. The training of over 160 frontline officers and child protection workers, strengthening the national workforce in child welfare and case management, the handling of over 800 child protection cases and more than 2,300 general welfare cases, demonstrating the increasing demand for services. The identification of 235 street-connected children in National Capital District with immediate intervention provided for the most vulnerable cases. These achievements demonstrate that we are laying a strong foundation for a responsive and inclusive child protection system. Mr. Acting Speaker, despite these gains, a number of critical challenges remain. First, institutional capacity constraints continue to affect service delivery, including the limited trained personnel, inadequate infrastructure, and resource limitations. Second, funding constraints have restricted the full implementation of the mandated program, particularly the establishment of child protection facilities and outreach services. Third, we are witnessing an increase in street-connected children in urban centers such as Port Moresby, Lae, and Mount Hagen. These children are exposed to serious risks, including exploitation, violence, substance abuse, and lack of access to basic services. Fourth, there is still limited public awareness of the Lookout Impignating Act and child protection responsibilities, especially at the community level. Finally, weak inter-agency coordination and data system continues to affect timely response and evidence-based planning. Mr. Acting Speaker, in response to these challenges, the government is taking this decisive action under the leadership of the Prime Minister James Marape. Firstly, we are prioritizing the full implementation of the Lookout Impignating Act 2025, supported by the strengthening and institutionalizing structures at national, provincial, and district level. Secondly, we are seeking to establish a child family center in Port Moresby in accordance with Section 13 of the Act. This center will serve as a nationalist model and a center hub for addressing and growing issues of street-connected children, providing protection, rehabilitation, and reintegration service. Thirdly, we are directing the provincial administrators and the district development authorities to work closely with the Office of the National Child and Family Services to establish provincial council and district committees, ensuring service reach communities where they are most needed. Fourthly, we will continue to strengthen the workforce capacity, public awareness, and interagency coordination mechanism to improve service delivery outcome. Mr. Acting Speaker, the implementation of these initiatives will far-reaching social and economical benefits. It will create employment opportunities in social work and child welfare service, strengthening families, and contribute to safer and more resilient communities. Most importantly, it will ensure that every child in Papua New Guinea is given the opportunity to grow, develop, and reach the full potential. Mr. Acting Speaker, I therefore commend this report to the House and call on all members of the Parliament, provincial government, and stakeholders to support the full implementation of the Lookout Impignating Act 2015 Together we can build a nation where every child is protected, every family is supported, and no child is left behind. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the paper and the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day of a subsequent sitting.
Is the motion, the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leader of Government Business.
Assistant Speaker, I move that so much of our standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a series of motions relating to the discharge and appointments of chairman, deputy chairman, and the establishment and the appointment of members to a new parliamentary committee.
The motion is that, the question is that motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Assistant Speaker, I move that Mr. Michael Maroon be discharged as Deputy Chairman of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Law and Order, and that he be appointed Chairman of that committee.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Assistant Speaker, I move that Mr. Vincent Kumara be appointed Chairman of the Special Committee on Health Matters.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Assistant Speaker, I move that Mr. Saki Soloma be discharged as Chairman of the Constitutional and Law Reform Commission, and Mr. Desmond Kipper be appointed Chairman of the Commission.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Assistant Speaker, I move that this Parliament establishes a permanent parliamentary committee on financial integrity and anti-money laundering as an oversight mechanism to safeguard Papua New Guinea's financial system and national interests. The committee shall consist of 6 members appointed by the Parliament, drawn from the government and opposition and the independent benches, with expertise in finance, law and justice, national security, governance, and ICT. And the members of the committee shall be Mr. Brian Kramer as Chairman, Mr. Aya Tambua as Deputy Chairman, Mr. Gary Juffa, Mr. Desmond Kipper, and Mr. Vincent Kumara. 3, the quorum for a meeting of the committee shall be 3. The committee shall provide parliamentary oversight of any money laundering, counterterrorism financing, counter-proliferation financing, financial crime investigations, asset recovery, financial ownership transparency, cyber-enabled financial crime, and compliance with international standards. Number 5, the objectives of the committee are to 1, review AML, CTF legislations and recommend reforms. 2, monitor the effectiveness of FASU, Bank of PNG, Police, ICAC, IRC, Customs and related agencies. 3, assess national financial crime risks. 4, strengthen PNG's compliance with FATF and APNG standards. And 5, promote transparency and accountability across public and private sectors. The functions of the committee are to 1, conduct inquiries into money laundering and illicit financial flows. 2, examine reports from regulatory and enforcement agencies. 3, hold public hearings and receive evidence. 4, recommend legislative and institutional reforms. And 5, monitor implementation of recommendations. The number 7, responsibility. The committee has the powers to 1, summons witnesses, require production of documents. 3, commission expert studies, conduct inspections and hearings, and receive confidential briefings where necessary. 8, the committee shall provide quarterly reports to Parliament and an annual report containing findings, recommendations, and national financial integrity outlook. And lastly, the strategic outcomes of the committee shall be to strengthen the AML CTF regime, reduce corruption and illicit financial flows, improved international compliance ratings, enhance investor confidence, improve asset recovery and public accountability, and lastly, stronger national economic and security resilience.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I now adjourn Parliament to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
you.